Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a thrice weekly campaign set in the wonderful, beautiful world of Imea. We are here with our amazing crew, our amazing crew who are all here for the first time in a while. Mitch, welcome back, friend. As we are jumping into tonight, that is, I have full expectation is going to be just pure chaos. But before we dive, actually, sorry, this is the Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody take a look at the camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
I still see people that seem to be surprised every time I say that. We've been doing this for a minute now. Just saying, get that hand ready. Anyways, all right. Cool. So before we jump into tonight, we have a special guest that is giving us the space of where we left off. So, Io, please take it away.
Well, as many of you may have been following along on our merry little adventure through one of my best good buddies, Al's intrepid mind, dangerous mind, after fighting the Woe Strider and striding on up to that peak of the Mind Palace, the other Al gave us a bit of a menacing glare and shot out these intellect devourers that we ended up having to do battle with. As we were going up that hill, all of us seemed to start disappearing into a different pocket dimension where yet more of these creatures were existing, and we gave his mind a bit of a really good exercise. Gwen in particular did so without even lifting a finger for the most part, using her cheeky Gwen Bedeath-like charms to stick it to him in a way that was actually going to hurt better than any arrow, fist, or spell ever could by cutting him deep in the field. This coalesced into a situation where we managed to make our way up to the gate, but as myself, little man Yori, and Al himself were leaving the pocket dimension, Shiv got caught behind us with this oppressively ominous magical mirror where the purple owl, who apparently is not the other owl we've been looking at this whole time. It's almost like a creation or manifestation of that owl. More on that later.
I'm going to pause you there just real quick, Dan.
Sure.
I just sent you. I think your gate sensitivity is a little high, so obviously please continue on saying. In the meantime, just go ahead and just pull that mic a little bit closer and we'll fix it later.
Okay. So, from there, what we ended up having to do is myself, Gwen, and Al finally met up with the other owl. We found out that the root of this owl came from our owl denying his emotions. Well, our owl finally decided to give his inner self the love that he desperately needed, and we gave him that same amount of love in return. This led to us ending up summoning up the big purple owl and an unconscious, horribly mangled Shiv. I actually am kicking myself pretty damn hard over that, because I was the last one out before she decided to see the rest of us all off. Well, Al helped her out, helped her back up. She went down again. I helped her back up again. And we made our last stand against this manifestation of Al, known as Hothir, is the name that Al's always given him. And old Hothir put up a good fight, but Shiv gave as good as she got and took him right back on down. Then we woke up like nothing ever happened.
Okay, cool. Anything we missed, gang?
Did we wake up? I feel like the last thing that happened is just like everything went black.
Yeah.
Technically, you guys didn't wake up. Yes.
We all just got crushed by rocks.
Just want to make sure.
You
Okay,
guys
we're
wrote
dead.
in your
All right, good to
new.
know.
You guys wrote in your new character sheets, right? We did that.
Yep, yep, absolutely.
Okay, cool, awesome.
His name's Jory.
Right when we were getting used to calling him Yori. Love it. Cool. So before we, let's just kind of take it in right from there. I would like everybody to roll a non-combat initiative, please.
Well, 15.
15, 12. Actually, we're all here, so go ahead and put it in the chat, and I'll just make sure I check.
Yeah.
Ooh. Let's see, 4 of you, there are 5 of you, and there we go.
Cool. Oh, Gwen.
Okay.
Kind of feels fitting, actually.
So this may or may not be important. We'll see as we kind of go in. But I just want to kind of give a sense of like where to be able to maybe start the position off on this. Io, in the shop, your eyes snap open, and you seem to be the first one to wake up. Looking around, you see a small wombat in the corner that is looks to be like knitting something with some just like kind of like looks like some twigs together that is not really seeming to notice you, and a red-headed druid kind of sitting over by her desk just looking at her book. Neither of them seem to notice you.
No. Did we do it? I think the first thing Io's doing is he's looking around, seeing does it look like his friends are breathing? Does it look like everybody's at least their bodies seem like they're living?
Looking around, you do see like pretty much steady breathing from everybody. You see Riley kind of like look up from a page as she was turning. Goes, oh, okay. You're awake. Did we all make it, or do I need to make sure I handle put these somewhere?
Actually, I'd like you to check that out. You see the...
She didn't die. She's in her human form. I think that's what she was in.
So human form being Kara?
Yeah, so I think she went in as Kara because she didn't want the wombat to know who or what she was. But I don't know if something happened when she shifted inside the dream or when she was like beat to all living hell.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or when Alastaire forced her to keep changing.
Nope. Yeah, you stayed right in your form. There's a small factor of like the idea you guys have cast a lot of spells. If you did that in real life as well as your hands, this room would look very different. So like features, things like that, kind of like I'm going. Now yours was a very specific one, which is why I kind of rolled for it. But yeah, no, you see Kara looks to be breathing. I would say you notice with Kara's breathing, it is a little bit faster than the rest, probably.
I think noticing Kara, that's the first one. And you said Riley. Did you? Is that another name for Brucelli or Brucelli?
100%. Yes. No,
Okay.
that is not. That is not another name. That is another character in another campaign, in another space, in time, completely. Gotcha. Yes, this is Brucelli. Looked up at you. Thank you, and said this. Wow. Oh my gosh, guys. Someone slapped me. Okay. I'm allowed one. Okay. Relax. Yes. Go ahead. Yes, it was Brucelli. They kind of looked up at you.
Yeah. Man, can you look at my friend, the human ginger girl? Is she all right? Is she gonna make it? That's the one I'm most concerned about.
Wow. Okay. And you're saying this before everybody else gets up. I get it. I understand. Goes over to the other side and just kind of like checks the pulse from the neck. Okay. She seems fine. She'll probably wake up any second now.
Okay. So does this mean we won? We did a good job?
You tell me. All I could do was just bring you there. Did we get what we were looking for?
Honestly, it seemed like it turned out pretty good, but I mean, we might have been high on the dopamine and the other positive good vibes. Real touching moment.
Whoa, hold on, time out. Did you take dopamine before you were? This is very important. You got to tell me if you're taking other medications before you're going into this trip. This is.
Nah.
Is that a thing? Who did it? Who took it?
No, nobody took.
Look, it's just you and me. You tell me who. It's you and me and the wombat.
I got no reason to lie to you, Brucelli.
Okay, all right. Takes a step away from the other redhead in the room. Moves back, and at that point in time, Nalani, you snap up your wake.
Whoa, Io. We're back.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah, he turns to Bruncelli. I guess that means, I can get my slip of paper back, right? And holds out his hand.
Mitch came prepared. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Damn it. 5.
You see her. Oh, I'm so sorry. Your friend already said that you were all coming back nice and safe, so I already got rid of them.
Insight check, if I could.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, come on. There you are. And Insight, where are you? 14?
14? With a 14, you saw them in her hands, and you haven't seen, you were too worried about your other party members. You didn't see necessarily if she destroyed them or not. You did see that she had her in her hands no more than 3 seconds ago, but you're not entirely sure.
Okay. Hey, Nene, why did you want your paper back? I mean, it seemed like it was kind of a one-off.
Just as kind of a memento to remember this bonding experience with you guys.
I mean, so you got anything else like that? As he looks at Brucelli, it's like, I don't know, like some kind of souvenir, something, a little trinket.
What are you asking her?
I mean, you got rid of our little papers that we wrote down and whatnot, and my friend wanted something to kind of remember this moment by, because it was kind of important to us. So,
oh, I see. Okay. So I give you this great gift to be able to move into your friend's mind, to be able to help out and save whatever and whomever is doing things to your friend, and you feel that I owe you something at the end of this. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, not at all. You don't owe us anything at all. In fact, I just wanted something else to remember you by,
Oh, to remember me by?
Yeah. I mean,
you're saying I'm not you see, actually, at this point, you see her kind of like lean over the desk in a way, just very productive. Are you saying I'm not a memorable person?
Oh, no. You are by far the opposite. You are arguably one of the most memorable people I've ever met.
Thank you. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Okay. Oh, Dang it, that's the one time. The one time he doesn't roll crazy high persuasion. That's a 12.
Okay, cool. A fine jelly is fine. Cool. Math. Yori, you wake up?
Yori immediately starts checking all of his pockets for cookies. Just, he tried to shove a bunch of them all over. He's checking to see if any of them are there.
I need you to RP me the boyish moment of finding the cookies that were so good and knowing that they are no longer on your person.
Right. So, so he wakes up. He goes, Brucelli?
Are you okay? Yes.
If we take something in there, we can't bring it back out?
Okay, you see her like she's watching you as you're like kind of like feeling. Oh, honey dear, if you're okay, then whatever latched onto you in there, coming back out, it cannot harm you anymore. It's okay. You're fine. No, there is nothing that physical that can pass through.
Okay.
Brucelli turning to the rest of the group, fully feeling like she made a young fairy feel much better. Nailed it. Yeah.
He's just gonna
go. Second here. Yeah, go ahead.
He's gonna go wander over to wherever Fenrir is, and does it seem like has it been like a I don't know, significant, but like a little bit of time? I guess if Wilbur's mom is knitting. I guess that's how much knitting has been done.
A lot. You see there is actually that's a good moment to say, I guess we'll do it there. You see that there is what looks to be some sort of it looks like kind of like a I'm trying to think how to explain this, because it's just probably just wool, but it is it just kind of just looks like a thick coat to you. The wool does look familiar though.
Yes, bald patches.
Did you ask permission for that?
I'm sorry. Permission for what?
Where did you get the wool?
It was a packle that I found a little while ago.
How long is a while?
I don't know. Time is very. It was my son's. So.
Your son has wool fur?
No, it's my son's, not my son.
Your son's wool.
My son's packle.
I get it. And just to make sure, he's gonna go over to Fenrir and just start like checking Fenrir to make sure he has all his.
You see Fenrir just backed into a corner, just watching this whole thing happening. I think for Fenrir's perspective, just like Winona full on pulled out the skin of another like packle and just started he doesn't know. He has no idea. I mean, no.
Yeah.
I think at this point also Winona looks at. Did you want some of this? Because I think your it looks kind of like what my son had. I could probably use that wool to kind of make. And you see Fenrir just totally buries his head behind you.
No. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you. and then he's just gonna go kind of give Fenrir a big hug from coming back from his thing.
You got it. Cool. I believe it is now Siobhan. Siobhan, you wake up.
I think she shoots up, and she's just gonna start looking around a little wildly, trying to find like a nook or like under a desk somewhere that looks relatively safe. And for anybody who's very observant, probably Nalani, you can see like the colors draining from her face, her breath's coming up faster, the adrenaline's gone, she's starting to go into shock as she like scrambles towards a little hidden corner or nook, and then just sits under there with her like legs pulled to her chest, and is just hyperventilating and mumbling under her breath.
I think Nalani's gonna approach cautiously, and kind of try to wrap his cloak around her or over her as she's sitting in there, like to cover her like a blanket, and sit down next to her if she'll let him.
Yeah, she's not gonna fight. She's just
And
a little hysterical.
in that case, he's gonna like put his arm around her, around the cloak, and just kind of mumble deep breaths and kind of mirror like.
And you just keep hearing her say, "He kept breaking me. I heard the bones. They kept breaking me. I cried out, but nobody was there. I don't know what happened. I was alone. He kept breaking me." And she just keeps going through that again and again.
It's okay. You're safe here. You're safe now. We're back. They can't hurt you now.
Io was definitely keeping an ear open while Siobhan was for like Siobhan to wake up as well. So I think going over there, he probably did let Nalani go over there first. But also knowing there's a magical shop, he would have asked Brucelli, "Do you got anything for anyone's nerves? Because the girl been through a lot."
As you look at Brucelli, you see she is kind of staring off into, well, not really staring off, just staring at this situation, looking right at Siobhan, as Siobhan is kind of like, in that space. I don't think their eyes are meeting, but she's kind of expressionless. I'd say if you noticed, I think the camera noticed that as Nalani was kind of like moving forward, she was like, her eyes are kind of darting back and forth between Nalani and Siobhan and you. I think there's a possible chance that, well, I don't know, that might be giving it a lot. I'll say you just see her kind of give a startled. Yes, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, something for her to, yes, I can do that. You see her, you hear the like clop as she kind of moves back to behind the desk and starts to kind of like look through shelves. Okay. You hear the sound of broken glass. Well, sorry, you see this. You're right there. You see like one of the bottles happens to like fall off and just like falls to the ground and breaks. Oh shit. Okay. No, I can get. And she grabs a small vial and she looks at her and then she hands it to you without looking at you. Just looking at her.
Much appreciated.
Of course.
Then he walks over to Siobhan and stoops down to her level and then just passes her the vial and says, "We're always here. You ain't got to go through any of this shit alone no more."
No one came. I thought that was it. It was... No one came. And then you were there, but... And she's just gonna take the vial and chug it.
I dropped the ball on that. I promise I won't let it happen again.
At this point in time, Alastaire, you wake up.
Immediately, I look around the room, see Siobhan, Io, Nalani are all together. I find Yori, catch eyes with him, and then, because I know she's next to me, look for Gwen, who is not awake. And I'll immediately crawl over to where she's at, or roll over and check to make sure she's alive. So I think, yeah, he puts his one hand on her like cheek and the other hand like checking for a pulse on her neck.
Okay. Yeah, you feel the you know what you feel. You feel the steady heartbeat.
I think I gently like start tapping her cheek and also look back to where Siobhan's at, and I think he's really wrestling with where he needs to be right now. I think none of you guys are seeing this because you're busy with Siobhan, Yori maybe, but I think his eyes are going between, or his pupils are kind of fading in and out between green and violet right now, as he's trying to decide what the right thing to do is. Jesus Christ. Just like we just went through in a fun memory. Thanks.
Yeah. I will say at this time, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom again. 15.
15. Okay. I will say, Alastaire, you definitely feel you feel a lot of deep-seated emotions flowing through you right now. You have the feeling of guilt, I think, is one for sure. Appreciation, maybe deeper, maybe love. You feel a sense of like, I think a feeling of like a huge endorphin rush, knowing that you've made it out alive, and everyone seems to be at least physically okay. Of those emotions, and if there's any more, you tell me what your reaction is.
I think right now the two sides of Alastaire are working through this. And I think there's a conversation that's going on in his head where logically he's going, everyone else is awake. Gwen has a heartbeat and a breath, and she's going to be fine. And then the other half of him saying that he needs to go check on Siobhan. So I think when he comes to that conclusion that Gwen's going to be fine. But where he's needed is with Siobhan. So I think he grudgingly pushes himself up and away from Gwen and walks over to Siobhan. I would hope and assume that Io and Nalani would make space as he got over there. And I think he just would sit down next to her, put his arm around her shoulder, and just I can't fix this, but I am sorry for all of this.
Are his eyes still flashing purple?
No, I think they're completely like they're not. I don't think they're glowing. I just think his irises are a violet shade right now. They're violet. Yeah.
So you think it is a different. It's very much a different look. As far as how you would, okay. Yeah, I think. Go ahead, Siobhan.
Well, I'm trying to decide how she would react to that in this moment, even though it's a different shade.
Roll for it if you want. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll roll for it. That's not great. That's a 2.
Okay.
So I think she starts to lean into Alastaire, but then looks up and sees the purple eyes, and her just goes back into that memory, and she just kind of cries out and lunges back in, I guess, into Nolani's arms because he's sitting on the other side of her. She's trying to scramble away, and she's just holding her hand out, being like, trying to swat him away, going like, no, not again.
You see at this point, you see Brucelli come over, and she's not being violent. She's not trying to. That's a weird way to say this. She doesn't seem like she's trying to kind of cause conflict. But she does kind of like kneel slightly and extend a hand down to you, Alastaire, to kind of help you up, seemingly kind of trying to pull you away just for now.
We've never really discussed payment on this bargain. Can we finish our transaction now?
If I remember correctly, I believe you owed me a favor.
That is true. I am assuming this favor will come at a time of your choosing and not mine. Of course.
You are from Ariskar.
Did you know what was going to happen?
So you're kind of staring off that same corner with Siobhan is. If I did, it'd be a cruel joke to have these. And she puts them in your pocket. But I will say, she's going to roll a stealth roll on that, so feel free to. Actually, I don't need to roll it. You need to roll to see whether or not you see it.
Perception?
You feel it. I'm saying if anyone else wanted to see if they caught it.
Oh. Perception 16.
13.
That's a dirty 20.
Okay. Okay.
22 on me.
You saw movement. You caught a movement, which, shame on you. You should be paying attention to Siobhan, but no, you you definitely caught some sort of movement from Brucelli, but you did not see. You did not see, or you did not hear anything that clearly suggests you. I'll put it this way: Io knows that Brucelli gave Alastaire something. That's what you know.
So I'll put my hand over the pocket.
Good, please.
I would say I would put my hand over that pocket and just.
It's your back pocket too, because wink.
Yeah. That's great. So, as I mentioned before this, I would like to return at some point to study with you. I would like to know now if that is an option or not, so I don't waste my time looking for you.
It's a interesting choice of words, Mr. Alastaire. When you have time to waste, you can see me.
Fair enough. Thank you. And then I'll go back and sit next to Gwen.
Okay. At this point, right when you sit down, Gwen, you wake up.
I think she probably would keep her eyes closed for a minute just to sort of take stock of how she is, what she hears, and then she'd sit up. Look for Alastaire first, see him right next to her, looking fine, I'm sure. And then over at Siobhan. Fine. And then look, Siobhan would be her absolute next to just see her. And I think where she sees that Nalani and Io are right over there, she's not going to crowd in. But she is going to try to catch her eyes and just give her a little smile of just, it's not like a happy smile, but it's a, we did it, we got through, thank you sort of smile. Well, everybody in one piece?
That's a good mechanical question.
Yeah, that is a good mechanical question.
Are we in one piece? Because I had 6
What? Yeah, are we carrying all that stuff to all the yeah?
Oh yes, 100%.
What do we like?
Yes. Consider the physical pain that you experienced in Alastaire's mind to be translated to mental pain, but just as much.
Okay, so we're all still beat up. If we would be okay.
So
Siobhan at all.
Her legs are fine. One's not backwards.
Her legs are fine. When she got healed, she.
That's true.
Yeah.
But
I will say, at any point in time, Kiki, if you felt like that, if you wanted to say that impact had any sort of physical, sort of lasting damage, you can always call that.
I think the mental's funny.
Yeah, fair enough.
More or less. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. And she is gonna look at you and make sure that you seem okay. Like you're not 6 different people.
I think he's staring at Siobhan this whole time. I don't think he just talks out of the side of his mouth at you, like toward you, and just kind of really needs your help on this one. I don't know where to even begin.
She's just gonna take your hand. I don't think she says anything.
Yori,
go ahead.
Yeah, Yori walks up to Alastaire and says, Alastaire, I don't know about the others, but a Jotun doesn't do favors. You don't owe me anything, in case you were thinking that. I chose to be there. I chose to go, and I wanted to. I don't want... Sometimes it feels like maybe you overthink things, but you don't owe me anything. And there's one more thing. Do you know your mom's recipe for cookies?
I do.
I think you see like in my mind you see an over dramatic react, like a very like kiddish like.
My life is
Everything
no
is
longer
fine
over.
Yeah.
It's not the time for that, clearly, but
Yeah,
I'll bring it up later.
you know what, Yori? I would very much like you to meet my mother, and she can teach you how to make the cookies herself.
I hope we get to do that. That sounds awesome.
Thanks a lot.
I know bad stuff happened, but it was kind of fun. I hit something so hard it disappeared. That was kind of awesome.
Yeah.
And I think, for the rest of the stuff, we just need some time. But I just wanted to let you know that, I wanted to do that. And I'm happy to do it, and I'd do it again. And then he just kind of gonna walk back to Fenrir.
I know you have that vial. Are you giving that to Siobhan?
Oh, I gave it to her and she downed it. She said.
Oh, you did already. Okay, sorry, I must have missed that.
Yeah.
I apologize. Yeah, Siobhan, you regain all your hit points. You are in a state of. It's hard to say. I'll tell you just like kind of like what the medicine would do itself. It is it's essentially like a full heal and greater restoration all kind of built into one. So condition wise you'd feel heal from anything like that, but it is obviously fully up to you, as there is what your experience might not necessarily be considered to be a condition.
Yeah, I think she looks physically better. Like the pain, I can imagine like the pain they experience would be like horrible headache waking up if they had a lot of hit points gone, which she did. So that pain's relieved, so maybe she's starting to calm down a little, especially with Milani helping her breathe to come out of that like shock cycle. Like but she's still shaky.
You see, Alastaire, you see Winona kind of like plops herself off the chair and goes, she walks over to Alastaire and Gwyn are still together, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, walks over and is leaning towards you, Gwyn, and goes, I made this for you. It's pretty much dead. I just have to get this other thing. You could. It is. It's to keep you warm. You look like you were looking really pale there for a little bit. As she's handing something that is. You look at the eyes that have that milky white sort of thing, and you're not entirely sure if that gift was for you. I'll put it that way.
Okay. She'll take it and go, thank you. This is very thoughtful.
Oh, I'm
quite warm right now, but I think
Oh,
Siobhan
okay.
could
So
really
you're
use
saying
it.
you don't need
Kara.
it? As she like fully like tries to
think-
kind of like pull it out of your hands.
I think Kara could use it a lot more than I could right now. And I'll get up and try to help her over to give it to Kara.
Okay. You see Winona, who is still able to see that there's someone else that's right there. I made it for you. I'm talking to Alastaire, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Well, I'll you know what? There's there's more wool on that one. I could probably figure out a way. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. And you see her just kind of like walk off. She walks off a little bit closer to Yori and Fenrir. Maybe not in this exact moment, but as things are progressing, you'll Yori, it's up to you whether or not you notice, but you'll notice that like you'll notice that Winona like just absentmindedly kind of just strokes Fenrir's wool just a little bit.
So long as he seems okay with it in the moment, that's fine. But I'm going to keep a sharp eye on it.
Yeah, you got it. Anyway, so Gwen, you walk up to Siobhan.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sort of sit down beside her and just sort of lean against her. We're gonna be okay. You kept me safe. Now it's my turn.
I just didn't think anybody was coming for me. And then you were there. And this time she does look at Alastaire. She goes, you were there, I think. I'm not sure. I got hit really hard. I think there were two of you. I'm not quite sure what happened in the end there.
Told you I wouldn't let you die. I told you I wouldn't hurt you. I kept one of those bargains.
I think she's going to stand up very shakily, probably looking to Nalani and Gwen to help her stand up. And she's just going to very carefully make her way over to Alastaire and just say, it's not your fault, but give me time. And she's gonna hug him.
Okay.
I'll whisper in your ear, it was 100% my fault, and I am so sorry. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to make up for it.
She's just gonna squeeze him tighter and start crying.
It's just, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. And then it's a pitiful mess on the floor.
I think as this is occurring, Gwen, you're kind of like looking at this moment, and Alastaire, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but this level of openness is unseen, let's say. Yeah.
I think there's probably a moment where, for him at least, there's like the one blink of his eye and then the second blink of his eye, and each time he blinks he sees the other Alastaire. And then I think on the third one he's there with him in that like transition space that he used to go to before he would go to his mind palace. And I think he just sees the other version of him with the violet irises in his eyes, just standing there. you said that we just had to kill it and it would go away.
I think there's a spot in the time here where I think maybe with who's the most polite, probably Io. There's a spot where I think Io, you are looking at. And you could even choose to have this conversation if you want. I'll actually put it this way. Yeah, you're looking at the time that has been spent here. You're not sure how long it's been since you guys have been like under. But there's just a natural inkling, Io, of like you're just wondering if like are we wasting Buccelli's time? Like, is this like, do we need to move from here? Like that sort of thing. And you see her just kind of like off in the corner, just kind of like, honestly, just cleaning up the mess that she made.
I think first, he goes over it. So you need any help with that?
Oh, no, I'm fine. It was only a simple compound, not something that was going to do anything on its own. So don't worry. Is there anything I can do? Kind of like gives a general sort of motion over the corner.
No, honestly, no. Girl, you've done us an amazing. You've given us something more than money can buy, and man, I'm always kind of bad at these things because you never really know what people are thinking. But we don't want to tie you up too much more from whatever you and future you've been getting up to. So if you like, we can kind of skedaddle if that'd make you feel more kind of at home in your own space.
Give me an insight check.
Okay. Dang, these insight checks today. In fact, actually, I'm gonna burn it because otherwise I'll forget to burn it. So, okay. Inspiration used. Okay, that's a tiny bit better. That is a 16.
Okay. You hear her respond, I have nothing but time. Feel free to take as much as you need.
Yeah. Thank you kindly. It's definitely something that I think we should probably take as much time as we need, but don't hesitate to let us know when we're starting to wear out our welcome. I know we can be a bit much.
That day will never come.
You sure you don't need any help?
Well, it's actually kind of hard to be bending down like this at my age. It just kind of stops and looks at you. That was a as a joke. And you kind of like have her like see her kind of like extend herself, but yeah, Sator's knees are not great. So yeah, if you don't mind, just I need to grab another thing from the back, and you see her kind of like you see her kind of like walk towards the wall and then disappear.
Gotcha. Then as she's speaking, he just smirks back at her and twirls his finger as the broken bottle pieces kind of start to levitate with the psionic mage hand.
Okay.
Just kind of holds them for something to dispense them into.
You got it.
I think as he's doing this... Oh.
I am going to say this to you.
Okay.
That book is open.
Mm-hmm. My book, right?
No.
Or, her book.
Her book.
Her book. He's looking over at it.
I mean, you can open your book in here if you want. We'll see what happens. And,
I think he's looking over at that book discreetly, but he's looking over at that book as he's tidying things up.
Okay. We'll say go ahead and roll me in. Your investigation's on the plus side, right?
My investigation +2.
Yep, that's fine. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Alrighty.
Otherwise, it would have just been a luck check. So.
6.
Okay. You look at the you look at the page because she had been flipping through it as time had gone on, and you look at the page. You see there is a clear. There is a clear sort of ingredients list for what looks to be a one-time use potion of invisibility. I will say with a 6, you do not recognize any of the ingredients on there, even in your time spent at the Ludus. You feel like some of the things that are marked on there, I would say you see like this the skin of a desert chameleon, like something like that, and like you catch those types of things. But there's other things that like truly, not only are you not able to know what those are, you feel like you're probably trying to kind of sound the words out in your mouth, and that you're not even able to phonetically say what is on the page. I will also say, you've studied things in the Ludus. An idea of an invisibility potion is not like, I don't think you made it in like any sort of class thing, but you've seen versions of it before. You just surmise that this is probably like a slightly different version of it.
Mm-hmm. That curious. I think at this moment he's storing that mental note away for later. Might ask Brucelli about it later, might not. At this point it's something he's mulling over.
Okay.
These words, they don't look like any of the languages he knows at all, like Infernal or Sylvan.
It looks like it's in common.
Huh. Interesting.
I will say I'll give this to you. With a 6, it looks like some of the words are in common. Others are in a language that I'm going to make absolutely sure that you don't know, but I don't think you know Sylvan.
Mm-hmm. I think, I need to look at my languages again.
He doesn't.
Thank you.
Thank you. And when you said she disappeared, did it look like she magically disappeared or just went around the corners?
It just kind of looked like she just kind of like walked through the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. I'd say at this point she kind of comes back, notices you standing exactly in the spot that where you were. Excuse me. It's kind of like maneuvers past. So there's the awkward sort of space of the behind the counter sort of movement. And she looks down, sees the spots, like completely goes, "Oh, all right. You have been some use. Thank you." Puts a bottle on the desk.
My pleasure. So, are you working on a new invisibility potion or something?
Shuts the book. Any other question?
Hey,
Weird
I just
music
thought
for this. Sorry. And you triumphantly made Brucelli mad.
Sorry, I mean, you didn't say we couldn't, so I've been known to have a wandering eye.
I guess I can't fault that. No, I am not.
All right. Well, just let me know if there's anything else I can do, and I promise I won't let my wandering eye get me into too much trouble this time.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
I rolled the die and immediately regretted rolling it.
Much better. That is a 26.
26. You see her look over in the corner of the room where there is a cluster of your friends there. And all she says to you is, "Make sure you take care of His Highness." That's the favor.
Aye. That's what I do best. I think with that, Io's probably makes his way over to the group.
Got it.
It's something kind of wanted to do with Yori, if that's time appropriate. Please. Okay. So like during that scene, Yori is holding the kind of face of Fenrir in front of him. And he's just going, "I know, buddy. I don't want to do it. But I need your help. Can you help me?" And then
you see, he's also like eyeing Winona, who is right next to you, just kind of like absentmindly staring at a picture that is not very interesting at all. Just
focus on, just kind of lead, guys, just focus more away from her towards me. And we've done this a lot. And so when I ask for help like this, I need him to headbutt me in the face as hard as he can. And so he leans back and just wham, hard enough that Yori's nose begins to bleed a little bit, and he already has only 16 out of 54 health. So
okay.
And I'll he goes over.
Go ahead and take a D4 damage. You roll it. I don't even need.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But go ahead and continue.
2. All right. So yeah, he does that, and he kind of stands up a little bit taller, and he starts to walk over to Brucelli, and
I think Brucelli's staring right at you. I think most people in the room that are not like taking care of Siobhan just saw you do that.
He's pretty in his own head. Yeah. So he goes over and he looks at Brucelli and says,
I'm not going to headbutt you.
We need to go to the wilds. Do you know how to get there?
Mr. Ferry, I'm not one that usually gets into my customer's business, but why?
There's a child there, and she's been taken, as they do, and we need to go there to get her back.
Mr. Ferry, you know most likely as well as I do there are many children there. Some of them more dangerous than others.
I know. But I made a promise. And the mother of that child is hurting right now. And the next thing we need to do is go find her daughter. We'll do it, whether you help us or not, but I'm hoping that you'll help us out, trade, or do whatever you need. And I don't want to go there, obviously, but we have to.
If you bring the mother to me, I could probably have a easier time persuading her. So, next time you come in, you can just bring her along.
She's already here. But it's not my place to tell you who that is. And if she can't... What are you going to convince her of?
Her eyes kind of dart to the corner where Siobhan is, and I think she gets it. I understand your concern for your friend. I understand the choice that has been set in front of you, or lack of choice. I understand. I get that. You have succeeded on something that I have no knowledge of, but I imagine was quite an ordeal. And I can see that you're a little bruised, a little banged up. You're bleeding on my floor. Hold on. And she kind of like wipes your nose.
Whatever she puts in front of him, he just straight up like full blows his nose into it. Just
love it.
Just blood in front of him.
It's like, you could do that, or you could do the little kid, like sort of like. Love it. Yeah, so you see. Okay, you can keep that now. I can bring you there, but I would say, depending on where the child is, it may be very simple, or it may be impossible, given the state of yourself and your crew.
I don't think where any of us are in a state to go right now. But you do that for us?
That was very Feywild of you. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
I'm going to use my inspiration.
She says she can, and you said you do. which was either just funny or very, very manipulative.
Come on, Bard.
Come on, Faye.
I saw that number.
Both the same. Good use of inspiration. Excellent.
Wait, can't you use your own bardic inspiration on that?
I already used my, even if I could, which I can't.
Yourself.
I've already used them on all of you.
Yeah, and it doesn't work on yourself.
So,
okay. Yeah. All right. Great. She's gonna look over in the corner and look at you, and then just go, "I'm sorry. Maybe if you asked me in a different time."
I understand. But know that we'll go there. And if you have some care for this group or the people here, maybe you could do it safer. But I won't bother you anymore. And thank you for considering it and for everything that you've done so far. And he'll go back.
As you go to walk back, just Yari. If you attempt to make your way to the Feywild and succeed, she takes something out of her pocket and puts it in your hand. She kind of like presses it into your hand so you can't see it right now. You can try to contact me there. I can't promise I'll be there, but I'll do what I can. And she lets go of it, and you can see there's a little button in the middle of your hand.
I think he just, yeah. Smiles and takes it and walks back. And, you know, feeling a little bit like he failed, but also that, you know, it's safer if they go there, and that's better too.
Mm.
And maybe a little relieved too.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was, I mean, rolling a 5.
2 5s.
2 5s. There's a space of like, not to break the immersion, but there is a space of like, as a player recognizing like, okay, cool, you can skip a couple levels here. You could possibly do that, but also that means you're skipping a couple levels here. You know what I mean? So.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I mean, I think, you know, Yori himself doesn't want to go. So there's probably a part of him that, you know, it's like, well, good, we don't have to go right now.
Yeah, if it wasn't obvious, Brucelli shares that sentiment. Yeah. Siobhan, as you are trying to kind of find ways to sort of to be able to kind of get into a space of someone who could even move past the trauma of what happened. I would like a religion check, please.
I used my inspiration last week, didn't I? And it's a grand total of 2.
We're really rolling well right now.
Love it. Cool. We'll say your feelings don't change. You're still kind of just going through the process, sort of mentally and emotionally. I think there's a part of you that recognizes a familiar feeling of what you felt probably when you first started out on the journey to find your daughter. And it's something that kind of like just kind of creeps up into you as there's like a space of just spiraling out and overthinking. You have that overwhelming feeling of, well, sorry, not overwhelming, specifically not overwhelming. You have that feeling of hopelessness and being alone. And I think, and you can decide a role for this yourself, but I think it's important to kind of mention that those things are combating with the sense of appreciation and love that you're feeling from the people in this room. So I don't, like, as a DM, I'm not comfortable with giving a space right now for what wins out. But I guess just trying to identify it above board as that.
I'm sorry, I might be confused on what you're asking of me.
I'm not. I was giving you sort of a space of like, there is that feeling that kind of is, as you're trying to kind of move past or get to a space in the trauma that you just experienced. Mm-hmm. There is a familiar feeling that you felt since day one of this whole campaign start to try to kind of creep back into you. A lot has happened since then, even in this moment right now. So it's not up to me to decide what wins out. But yeah, I was just trying to kind of like, I'm explaining it to you, but really I'm kind of explaining it to the group, identifying that's probably what's going on and maybe not even to the group, just to everyone, including the viewers. That's what's happening right now. So yeah, no necessary actions here. This is kind of this is an open space of roleplay here. You guys feel like you have quite literally all the time in the world. So if there's anything anyone wants to do here, feel free to speak up. I'll say if we don't hear anything, we'll say time passes.
I think at one point Siobhan does like pull away, start trying to pull herself together, and she's just very pointedly not looking Alastaire in the eyes, like making sure she avoids looking him in the eyes at all times. Okay. And she's just, we have a ship to catch. We have a lot to do still. We have to get this wombat somewhere safe.
You look at Brucelli. Sorry, you can continue in the real quick. I'll say someone in the room looks at Brucelli and catches that. Actually, no, she was just shot out. Yeah, it's actually probably best you guys should be getting going, right? You see, she's not looking at any of you. She's actually looking in the opposite corner of the room.
Is
Might
something
be best.
to happen? Is something?
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Alastaire. I'm just saying I have a business to run, and I would appreciate it if I could have a little peace and quiet. It's hard to do any work while you are being watched.
Completely understand that. Yeah, we certainly don't want to watch you while you're doing your work. And I'm sure you don't want to keep looking
Just
at
gives you
us.
the face like a what? Can't help it.
So yeah, we'll take our leave. Thank you so much.
Were you talking to us, or are you talking to? I kind of referenced the empty corner.
Yes, Mr. Nalani, it would be best if you. I have things to do. If you could please take your troubles. You got what you asked for. You got the product that you wanted. Please exit my shop.
All right, ladies and gents. Y'all all set?
Let's go.
Yes.
The sooner the better.
Of course. I'll hold the door open, and as Io walks by, assuming we can leave, I'll fall in step with him and go, I need to know, can you tell if people are watching us or Winona?
Are you being...
I'm whispering
quiet?
in his ear.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you're saying this to Io. I'm sorry.
Yes, to Io.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, like, as he walks through the door, like get right in, sidestep with him, and lean in.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out. And as I'm leaving, perception check.
If I see you looking around, no, Io, not.
I will give you an Arcana check, but it's pretty dang high.
Oof. Okay. I don't even remember what my bonus is for that.
I
Off the
can
top
see
of my head.
magic. Can I see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Alistair.
Isn't that
It's
your
been a
whole
while,
shtick?
man.
Yeah, it has been a little bit. That's fair. As a DM, I can't just say it. But yes, Alastair, you see something in the corner. You see something in the corner that looks to be just a small, like light blue sphere, almost white.
And I got an 18 on that Arcana check. Do I notice anything or feel anything with that?
Not an 18. Sorry.
Thought so.
Is it? It's in the corner of the room. Is it in the corner of the room? Does it stay there as we are leaving, or does it seem to follow anyone?
Does not seem to follow.
I think, I will make eye contact with Brucelli and just kind of mouth the word "thank you" and then walk out.
Okay, great. Yep. Get out. Who is the last to leave?
So I think it's very noticeable that as everyone's leaving, Siobhan like reaches for somebody and then like doesn't go to grab all the way, but she doesn't want to be the last one out or the first one out.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I think it's probably Gwen, unless Nalani. or
Yeah,
Yuri.
I was thinking Nalani might linger, and Yeah, no. After the way she was harshly told us to get out, I don't think Nolani says anything to her. Gwen, if you want to be the last out, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Gwen is just making a point to make sure that Siobhan isn't the last one out, because I think she gets that right now. So.
Okay, so we'll say, Gwen, you were the last one out. Gwen, can you please roll me a D100?
Yay. Let's go with bees. That's a 60.
Okay. The 60 as you guys step out.
Actually, I'm sorry. It's double zeros and a 6. Is that a 6 or a 60? That would be a 6, wouldn't it? Yeah.
That is a 6.
That is a 6.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Look at it again. Are you sure it's a double zero?
Yeah, that's a 6.
Yeah, that's a 6.
Jess, look again.
I will take a picture for you, Clinton.
The rolls tonight, man, they're gonna kill us.
They might. The bees betrayed me.
I almost don't want to tell you what the DC was, but it wasn't that.
It was still 15, wasn't it? Just
On that dice. Nice dice tray.
Yeah. Yeah. The DM doesn't want to say it.
I fully am. I don't even know why I had you roll. I could have just said, no, it just works. But
the dice wanted to tell a different story.
They certainly did. All right. As you guys step out, right now at this point in time, you notice a beach. Looks vaguely familiar. I need perception checks from everyone.
There's dinosaurs, guys.
Oh, please.
22.
That'd be so awesome.
17.
9.
17.
Shit.
18.
Okay.
Now we roll high.
Yeah, we're really good at perceiving the danger we're in.
Now you do. I am going to state this just for a little bit of a safety net that you guys can grab onto. It's up to you. The house is not gone yet. As you guys walk out, you see a similar sort of beach. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. It looks exactly the same. I'd say you do notice, I think for those of you who rolled above a 15, you feel like you thought there were more houses than this, or just more buildings in general. You hear this sound coming up from overhead, and I will say, who rolled above a 20?
I did. Siobhan did.
Siobhan did. All right, so Siobhan. Oh, poor Siobhan. Siobhan, you hear the sound before anyone else does. There's this sort of distant sort of rumbling that kind of sounds like it's almost happening behind the house. I'll say just full with the perception check that you have. I'm going to say this. Do you step off the porch to see what it is, or do you wait?
So I think she's probably going to wait, and if she sees anything bestial or unusual, or gets that inclination that there's some kind of beast out there, she's probably going to panic and stumble back inside.
The rest of you hear the sound just as it is about to kind of like soar overhead. You see this ball of fire just fly through the sky past you, followed by a couple more.
Oh yeah, she's going in.
And further on in the distance, as you Siobhan kind of like runs back in immediately. We'll say as you guys are like looking out into this, it's your choice on whether or not you go back in with Siobhan or not. But a couple of you do hear, followed by a couple more.
Io's going back in as well. One, same situation, and two, never leaving Siobhan alone again.
You got it.
So
do you all go back in?
I feel like somebody has to pull Gwen in. This is like history.
Does Alastaire know what this is? Is this when the fallen the lights?
Yeah. Any way we could do any sort of check to see what we?
Yeah, I have a
I'm
D20.
going to say. If you would like to roll, go ahead. I'll give it to you.
Does it mean anything? No, you tell me first.
As a player, knowing, having an idea what it is, I just want to give it to you. Yes, it is that.
Okay. Oh man, yeah. Gwen, you're standing out there too, right?
I feel like we look at each other like, is this?
Yeah.
This is.
A few more pass over.
Peek out.
I think Nolani. So Io and Siobhan are back in the house. I think Nolani turns to Jory and goes, "Grab them. We need to go back in." And grabs Gwen by like the back of her collar and attempts to pull her into the house.
I grab a handful of buttons and chuck them as I follow them in.
I will. Okay. That's not how time works, but
I know.
Okay, you got it.
Listen,
who knows?
He knows he's not coming back. So
maybe they disappear into the sand. You don't know. Who knows? Okay, cool. As you run back in, Siobhan, you said you were the first one that comes back in. Go ahead and roll me a D100, please.
Oh God.
Oh, is it not going to be fine jelly anymore?
24.
24. Very nice roll. You come back in and you see there is a satyr that looks to be familiar. Probably in her mid 40s. You can see that there's kind of like just some wrinkles that are just sort of starting to form. She is standing over the. Actually, I'll say she's not standing over the book. She's actually like standing over, just kind of like repositioning a picture that seems to be kind of out of frame. As you all walk in, she not even turning her head. You all come back in, right?
Yeah, I think there's no way that Oh no, Yori.
Here's the thing. I mean, he's not rushing out, but like.
I'm going to tell you, like Evan, you're going to be in a totally different time.
I know.
Okay.
He's not running out, but like, if anybody looks at him, here's the thing. It's like, if anybody's looking around and sees him, like he is fixated. Like there's something crazy, like storytelling, awesome, epic going on in front of him. And his view of that is not scary. It's like, he's about to grab a weapon. Like, he's looking out, but he's also like, doesn't want to ever lose a group of people again. So if other people are running in,
and I yelled at you to grab them and drag.
Well, you yelled at Jory. I don't know who Jory is, but you keep yelling this Jory name, and I just.
That's the backup character.
Yeah, no, you did absolutely, and so I did roll a perception check. Got a 14 for me to just notice people are going in over the distraction of what's going on overhead and stuff like that. So
I'm gonna say it's your choice on whether that perception check does that. But I was also gonna have you roll a perception check because you were kind of frozen in this. So just to see like what else you perceive. You do see, as you are kind of just like frozen in a space of, this is so cool. Let's go figure out what happened. I will say, just for the record, and not that necessarily Yori would understand how sound equals distance, but it is, when you heard that sound kind of go overhead, it was probably about a good maybe like hold on, I have to check the map here on this. No, it'd be a good probably like 15 seconds before you hear anything.
I mean, I think anybody who's seen lightning or even been around, a volcano might have some concept of loud sounds and the distance it takes to get to places.
Yeah,
so, I'm not saying he has the exact
distance,
but I think he understands the concept of that like distance there. But I think the biggest thing for him really is just I think he wants to go out, but if he perceives everybody else running in, he's going in because he's afraid of being left behind. So he's going to see everybody go in and probably be the last person through the door and kind of suddenly notice that people aren't with him, and then try to, come back in and hopefully somebody grabbed Winona.
Yeah. I want to, I'm going to say this because I'm going to give myself a little grace here. I cannot think in my DM brain right now what or who you would see would be interesting at the time of where you are.
Right.
Mostly because I haven't had to create that scenario. So instead of making it up on the spot as I usually do, I want to make sure I'm very careful on this. There are 3 different campaigns that are running in this world right now. I'm going to say TBD on that. I'll say you see something with a 14. I'll say that.
Right. Well, I think even with the excitement of that, I think one of the most core things for him is going to be this group. And so if he notices, and I think with a 14, that's enough to notice people are no longer around you, then he would turn around and reluctantly go back in.
Okay. You got it. Cool. As you guys come back in, you hear the sound of a slightly older woman who goes, "Hello, welcome to Brucelli's. Feel free to just take a seat. I'll be right with you." She's just staring at the back wall.
Y'all think she remembers us at all? He's saying this.
She remembers us. We need to. Is that ball still in the corner?
No, ball is not there anymore.
Okay.
Are we in the wrong time? Cause that seemed a little dangerous.
Are you saying that out loud?
Yes.
You see her just turn around, and you see again a woman with a few wrinkles in there. I'll say she's 50 on that. So you rolled a 24. I think last time it was like a 17, I recall. So there has to be an exponential difference even in that smaller number. So yes, I would say probably maybe late 40s we'll call it. You see her just kind of oh, wait a minute. And she kind of walks over to the book and spins it around her side. Yes, you're Io. And the rest of you are... I know who you are. Do we know who we are yet? And it's looking right at Nalani. No, got it. Okay. Well, welcome. How can I help you? We've definitely met before. At some point.
You sent us somewhere that's not where we came from.
I think
I
we
sent you
went
somewhere?
too far.
Yeah.
We're gonna try again. I think I understand how it works now. Sort of. In a way.
Okay.
Wait, so can you not tell me who I am?
She's about to tell you you're like some king or something from a lost civilization. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Wait, what?
I'm just messing with you, man.
Right. So if you're not here to purchase anything or in need of my help in any way, my shop is not a time-controlled device that you can just use free will. I'm sure if you have, I would probably have said that to you before, but I will make sure that I make a specific note of it if of this group walking in here just to change the year.
So can we purchase information?
Certainly. What information would you like to purchase?
I want to know who I am and who my parents were and where I'm from and everything about me.
And what do you have to offer?
A winning smile.
Sorry, shop is closing up. Unfortunately, I cannot accept this as a proper payment. But
what about
if you're coming
a
from Manchester.
favor to be named later?
Roll precision check.
Oh, damn it.
I'd be giving him advantage in this situation too.
No, you wouldn't.
If I could.
That's an 8.
Okay. I currently have no need for a elf of any kinds service. Thank you. If things change, I'll be in touch, but probably not. Looks at Alastaire. Yeah.
Are your memories not linear?
How well do you know me, sir?
Well enough to know that you should remember us from last time. Last time you did remember us.
I see. Yes, I fully see where you're confused. You're thinking in a space of someone who lives and dies in one existence. What a beautiful and precious gift that must be for you. No, that is not how things work over here, and it's something that I am constantly reminded of by myself and everyone who ever comes into this shop. So, I am not of this plane, so to speak. I have been gifted or cursed with the ability.
I walk up to her and just wrap her in a big hug and say, "I am so sorry that you've had to deal with that," and spin her around, like a hug, and kind of turn her. And try and what's in the book? Are they names? Are they in alphabetical order? Can I see?
Okay, there's a lot of checks to this, and I was letting it go because I didn't know exactly what you were going for, but now knowing there's that, so I'll say, give me a D20 adding your charisma modifier to just even let you get this close to her.
Fair enough. Let's start with that because
you got it.
That is a 7.
Fantastic. Cool. You feel as you're kind of like walking up and you're going like, that's so sad, and you feel your body just kind of like gets stuck in a motion, and she goes, no, none of that, and just like it fully turns around your body. It's still stuck in this sort of space. He goes, Over there. That's fine. Thank you. I appreciate you kind of like jolt back into space there. Yes, sorry. That is probably the first time you've heard that, but that is the millionth, bajillionth. Actually, a number itself would be silly to say, because I will be saying that till the end or the beginning of time. Please leave my shop.
Yeah. We'll just go that door right there. Yep.
It's the only door that is here.
Yep. All right. I will open the door.
Okay, cool. Yori, you hear a voice in your mind. It says, "It's not time yet, is it?"
Does it sound like Brucelli?
Yeah, I think so.
I turn back and just sort of go. And then start to walk out.
You all leave?
We got a ship to catch.
Yep.
You got it. Cool. All right. Who's the last to leave? Who wants to roll?
I'm the last to leave.
You got it.
Okay. Way to fall on the knife.
Fenrir's the
say,
last to leave.
If you roll bad, that's the
Boy.
dice telling us that's where this campaign's heading.
Nice.
Good luck, good luck, good luck. All right, that's an 81.
Okay. All right.
All that writing is not for nothing. Okay, great.
Come out. The living light is right in front of you.
Yeah, it's right in front, right in your face. No, you come out and it is looks to be the same day. I'd say everything. I'm just gonna, for the sake of time, I'm just gonna tell you guys straight up. It is the same day. It is. I would say it feels like probably a couple hours have passed, which is considerably more than less than the time that you spent in there. So there is a little bit of a fluctuation there. But as you kind of step out into Brucelli's shop is very dark. So like stepping out, you guys are kind of like blinded by the light as you're kind of like putting your hand up, kind of like blocking the space. And you as you guys are like kind of coming to, we'll say Siobhan. Yeah, Siobhan, you see the church in the distance. There are no. Wait. That was night. Hold on. Did I screw myself up?
Yeah,
That
it's
was a night
nighttime.
It was night when you
yeah.
went there.
Yeah.
Yep.
it was
Right.
night.
Let's make this simple then. I will say it's the next day. So it's just to be able to kind of think. So as you guys come out, you see Siobhan. You look out. You see that there is that open sort of area of the church there. You notice that there is a familiar-looking goblin and tiefling male figure there. That, as you probably know at this point, wouldn't recognize you, but you recognize them as the essentially the sheriff of the town and his goblin colleague. Let's say, yep. Okay, cool. Let's say as you come up, you all kind of like just step off to the portion of the porch, and you see, you hear the voice kind of call out from the distance. Sorry, just can you wait right there? Just one moment, please. And you see the two figures kind of hurrying towards you both. And we'll say, feel free to do whatever you want to do here. But before you do that, we're going to take our 10-minute break.
Okay.
So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
All right.
ask if she wants help. She says no. She keeps walking. A few minutes later, well, listen, you know I told you I get those spells sometimes?
That's very kind of you. I'm...
Listen, you know I told you I get those spells sometimes?
That's very kind of you. I'm waiting for someone. Came here to be alone, and apparently that's too much to ask for. It's nice to be invisible sometimes.
No, I've already had plenty of people trying to fucking study me and all that. I don't want another. I'm not looking to be put up on a stage. No, I'm good.
Professor, I think it's time we make our leave. You've had a wonderful game so far, but it's best we stop while you're ahead.
Don't see a lot of your type here. Not very safe for someone like you. Ladies don't quite belong in this part, especially not alone.
You see, if you trust in your senses beyond the ordinary, you know when something is going to go your way.
Wasn't sure if you were all going to be here, so I appreciate it. There is a lot to discuss. Say, just to kind of start things off. Welcome to Candela Obscura. So as we see the, I probably should have made sure I pulled up his name during the break. I don't know how 10 minutes feels like for you guys, but for me, it's like 2 seconds. Oh, also, actually, speaking of, so for those of you who are watching from the minute of that break, we had a little teaser for our current sort of mini campaign that we're running in a very different sort of campaign setting with a very different game system. So that was Shadows of the North Shore, which is a campaign setting that was designed by yours truly in the space of North Shore, Massachusetts in the year 1901. It's a cool little cosmic horror game that is using the Candela Obscura game design. Which is very fun. We've had a lot of fun with it. We've actually have a couple people here. I never know where you guys are. A couple people here that are a part of it. And here, yes, thank you. Yeah, I can just do this. That works. There, and then there you go. Got it. That are a part of it and has been a blast. So the last episode of the series will be next Thursday. So if that looks interesting to you at all, we ask for you to stick around the channel. It'll be right around 9 o'clock Thursday. So, cool. So diving back into the craziness that is this group right now, as you guys are having the sheriff kind of walking towards you, I say you get about a solid maybe like 15 seconds where he's going to get all the way to you. Looking around you, looking behind you, you see the cottage is gone.
I
Real
would
quick.
make sure the.
No, go ahead.
Go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say, as we come out, Gwen's going through her mental catalog of historic finds, wondering if there's anything about weird buttons here. Because Alastaire threw the buttons. So
Oh yeah, I'm staring at the ground. Exactly, it's just like.
So she's trying to think: are there any historical finds of weird buttons on the beach?
Oh, okay. So
Like,
you're like
and then she
literally
now
sifting through to look for it.
She's not
Oh,
looking for it.
cool.
She's just looking to see if anybody ever found anything
On a
that
beach.
I love it. I'm going to roll my. Oh, wait. Okay. Are you looking for the buttons or are you looking in your like.
No, I'm
books
trying
to
to
see
remember, like, have I heard of a historical find of buttons in this place as the town was
fossilized
founded and
buttons.
stuff like that? Fossilized buttons.
I fully understand that. Absolutely not, because even though time has passed, maybe if it passed in an altered course, it did not do that for you.
Okay.
Well,
she's making a note
time.
to research that now.
He's staring right at the ground, and you just hear Alastaire go, "It's at least 8 or 9 feet of sand on top of him now."
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna give you a chance to look for it, but
her show would be in a different place.
She hands Alastaire, like archaeologist tools, so he can dig if he wants to.
Love it. Cool.
Don't even notice the sheriff coming. Let's be real.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah. I was gonna say there's also it's also 15 seconds. So cool. Anything else?
Siobhan would have just made sure that the cloak was over the wombat.
Oh yeah, good call.
The traumatized one, the only one thinking. The ones
Yeah,
trying to dig for buttons.
No, she's gonna quickly
I'll
throw
just
her cloak over Winona and kind of shove her behind the packle before turning to.
Oh shit! Hold on. Okay. Okay. Cool. Thankfully, Winona's very blind. I forgot that Winona was with you guys as you guys went back in time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why did I introduce time travel in this game? Why did I do that?
I don't know.
It's okay. I rolled really low. It's fine.
Y'all think this is before or after the pink sky, ominous voice, mumbo jumbo
Mom would
happened?
turn to the sheriff.
Yeah.
Hey, did you all hear that pink voice already? The pink sky voice. Did you guys hear that already? Did that happen?
I'm sorry. I'm not really the type to yell. Just give me a sec. I'm coming.
That's fair.
We'll say as he approaches it. Hello. Yes. Yes, I am the sheriff here in Celeste. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. I apologize for the intrusion on whatever you were doing, but I have some questions. You do not look like you're locals here, and there has been an event. If you don't mind following me for a little bit, you are not detained in any way. There's just there's some interesting things that's happened. Go ahead.
We were in this house, and she's gonna totally blatantly look around, knowing that it's gone.
Okay.
Which, you saw us come out of a house, right?
Here on the beach?
Yeah, it's a store. It's the Humble Brunch.
Humble Branch.
Oh, the Humble Branch. Yes.
Yeah. We were just in the Humble Branch for a couple hours trying to do some shopping.
Well, that's interesting. Humble Branch hasn't been here for some time, as far as I knew.
We just walked out of it. It was literally right here. You saw us. You didn't see it.
No, but I'm not saying I don't believe you. This would be the place that it once stood. We just haven't seen the Humble Branch in some time. Creep, have you seen the Humble Branch? And you see the goblin just kind of look up and just kind of shake his head. Okay. But yeah, not to say that I guess that happened. That's good to know. No one told me. Anyways, yes. Apologies. This is not something that is. I don't normally have to do this. Celeste is usually a very, we'll say, uneventful place as far as this goes. Mm-hmm. But if you don't mind, it'd just be much easier to kind of talk through some things when we're.
Do you need all of us? We're pretty tired. I mean, we've been together the whole night, so perhaps only some of us could go and the rest could get some rest.
Oh, wow. All night. Okay. He's shielding his eyes from the sun. Yeah, I guess. I had
a pretty eventful night.
Yeah, I mean, she was
understood. Congratulations.
No! Don't congratulate her. It was a rough night.
Gwen's gonna take both their hands and just be like, "Yeah, it was very eventful."
Yeah, bad breakup. You know how those go. Asshole boyfriend.
I'm so sorry. Men or pigs. I apologize.
If just some of us
or women or pigs, they're all pigs.
Thank you. We just perhaps a few of us could answer the questions, and the rest of us could get some rest. We were all together, so
yeah. For the record, that was the DM's mistake, but also you fully get the feeling that Barty is not very good at this. Yes, actually, if I can just have, we'll say, if I can have 3 of you, it'd be great.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Sure.
Nilani, can you make sure our friend gets children get back to the room?
Actually, if I can have you 3, and actually points to the 3 people who haven't said anything.
I feel fine.
What? I'm sorry. What are you asking me?
Just for questions of just where you've been the past couple of days in Celeste. I think of it as just a survey.
I don't know if I feel comfortable. Yuri has red curly hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is perfect. I don't know if I feel comfortable with my child being interviewed without me present.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to come along, of course, that makes a lot of sense.
I'm sorry. Where are we going?
Oh, it's not far. It's just the station. It's right past here. I don't know if you've been to Mistelia's. It's a bar. It's kind of the bar in town. It's just past that.
We stayed there. I've met Daphne and her mother.
Fantastic.
We visited her mother's shop as well. So
awesome. Cool. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, it's not that far from there, and you see him like kind of turning to kind of like walk in the direction you guys.
I'm just gonna lean in to like give Gwen a kiss on the cheek, but whisper, "Make sure no one sees Wynonna."
Yeah. What have you covered Wynonna with right now?
Siobhan threw her cloak around her.
You got it.
Make her look like just a small child behind the packle.
Okay.
Yeah, Gwen will.
Okay. You threw a cloak on to make it look like a small child. You putting a cloak on top of a small child? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, wrapped her up like she'd been.
We said we put Wynonna on top of me, then put a cloak around both of us, so we acted like yeah. And we used to do the reverse, I guess.
You should do the reverse. Yeah. For a couple different reasons, Wynonna is very bottom heavy, so it'd make a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay. I would say as far whatever you guys want to do is fine. He didn't see it. Cool. So you guys follow him back.
Yeah, I guess, and I guess Siobhan. I mean, Gwen will look at Siobhan and nod and try to break off maybe at the bar with Fenrir and Wynonna. Then. Okay.
You got it. So, people that are being questioned is Alastaire, Yori, Nilani, and Kara. You got it. And you guys can be like Yori and Kara could be in the same thing. He would totally go for that.
And I don't know where
he has red hair. Kara has red hair. I was like, this is the perfect plug right now because Yori's gonna need some guidance.
Yeah.
I also feel like Aya would probably be like, as he's kind of walking off, to say, the elf, his comment is still really rough. I think I should probably go in his place.
Okay. Does he speak Elvish? I've been studying up on it for a couple of years. I could probably use the practice.
He does, but I mean, I studied at the Ludus, and I can tell you from someone who studied other languages, sometimes if you haven't really done it in practice, it doesn't come across as clearly as possible.
Roll persuasion check.
Alrighty. That is a 17.
17. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Jumbling me up a little bit here, Mr. Tiefling, but yeah, absolutely. I can can figure a way to make that work. So here we are, and you see this very small rinky-dink. I mean, it essentially kind of like looks like what a lot of the other houses look like, which are just more functional than anything. So this one's slightly bigger, but still has that very like. I'd say it looks like it's a sort of like a hut or like a yurt, but with. It just looks like someone cast in large on it. Like besides the house itself, it just looks like it's just a bigger version of that. So we're right here. But yeah, if you, ma'am, if you, I guess you're the only one that's. But I assume you're pretty tired, so you can go ahead and head off. Tell Miss Tellium, give her my best. I'm just looking at Gwen. So I don't think Gwen was. Yeah.
She did.
Yeah. I think Gwen would just give him a little nod and then sort of usher Winona in, making sure the cloak stays on, and just go, "Come on, dear, let's go get a drink and find a warm place to take a rest."
I'm sorry.
And then get her inside as quickly as possible.
Okay, you got it. I was like, go ahead and roll me a deception check.
You bet.
I'm gonna hit him in the foot with my cane. Like
as he's seeing this.
Yeah, like as he's turning in that, I think as we're walking inside, I'll accidentally take the cane over his foot.
You got it. Yeah, you have advantage on this.
All right. Well, that's even better. The first one was going to be an 18, but this one is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You got it. So say with the dirty 20. Oh, what a. Oh no, sorry, my mistake. Was there someone else with?
Was this going to take very long? We really would like to get back.
No, it'll only take as long as it takes to answer just a few questions. Actually, if you want to, seeing as you do actually kind of look rather tired, sir, let's just have you go first.
Yeah, that would be great. Do we just straight in? Where would you like to do this?
Just come on in. I'll say the rest of you. Sorry, I wish there was a waiting room. It's kind of small, but if you just want to hang out outside for a little bit, and don't go running away. If you skip town, I've literally never had to say that. Okay, and just kind of ushers you in.
Outside?
Yeah, you're alone outside. I'd say you see that there is people that are like kind of like coming and going out of the shops or whatever, but you're not really like you're not bringing a lot of attention.
She's gonna turn to the group and be like, "Well, we can't really plan a story with Alastaire in there already. So, Io, you want to help?"
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. You mean with you or with... Al's already in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't know how this works.
Yeah, you can message.
I was hoping you could reach out and figure out what the hell we're gonna say, because we don't have time for this right now.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple different ways to go about this, but I will say whatever it is, there's going to be an ability check involved here.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll say this, because we can't really role play that in the time that's going in. So we'll say, what is the goal here? Do you want to be feeding Alastaire information, or do you want Alastaire to be just giving his side of the story not only to you, but also to Barty, but also to you guys?
The latter.
Yeah, I think the latter.
You got it.
Because it'll feel more natural if Alastaire says it first.
Oh god, this is so freaking stupid. I love it.
Detect thoughts, because I'm going to be thinking about what I'm saying. So if you can detect thoughts.
Which is a leveled spell, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, Alastaire, do you have any... I know you've picked up a bunch of seeds and stuff throughout. Do you have an acorn seed in your pocket?
I absolutely do.
Okay.
I rolled a nat 20. Sorry.
No, you're good. Absolutely. I'll take if you roll a nat 20 for sure. I trust you. How dare you?
I mean, it's
yeah.
now,
So we'll say, is someone casting detect thoughts?
Instead of casting detect thoughts, I think as Alastaire was walking in, he did his telepathic speech reach out, because I have to be able to see him to establish the connection.
Do you have to see him to be able to keep the connection?
Let me read that, because it does not. I don't think it says that. As a bonus action, you choose one creature you can see within 30 feet. You and the chosen creature can speak telepathically with each other while you're within 5 miles of each other. So
I think it's
would
just
say
to establish a
don't
link.
have to see him.
Yeah.
Side step but not needed for 5 miles.
You got it. Cool. I will say I'm still going to have an ability check on this because 1, it's funner that way, and 2, this is difficult. You're possibly at some point in time saying 2 different things, and there's a separation there. But I will say having the telepathic link, and also this is an experience of essentially having to be a little. This is an experience of duality, of which Alastaire is recently very familiar with. So I would say, Alastaire, I don't know how you want to do this. Do we want to just kind of just go into the space there, or do you want to have a conversation with yourself?
I mean, I definitely want to have a conversation with myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got it. Cool. So I'll say in this moment, as we just zoom in on Alastair's brain, Siobhan's favorite place. We too soon. Got it. We dive into a space of Alastair's brain as time goes much slower in there. Alastair, tell me what we see.
I think it is just a flat, or not barren, but like just grassy plain as far as you can see in every direction. I mean, I think it's just like a blank slate. I think as far as you can go, there's really no horizon. It's just flat all the way.
Okay.
I think the sky is still the flashing white lightning on a black, but I think there's like an aurora borealis of like purple energy floating through there.
Cool. All right, I love it. Yeah, you see, like a very small distance away, you see another Alastaire that is, I think that is probably like kind of like sitting in what would be a cross-legged position, except that the bad leg is just pointing straight out, and you see he is. He's currently kind of like inspecting a little like insect that's like kind of like crawling up his arm right now. Sees you approach him. Hey.
Hey.
Before you say anything, just can I say just real quick? I don't want to say this like okay, everything's perfect and you can go back to the way things were, but thank you for allowing me to experience that moment with you. It was nice.
I'm very glad that I was able to do that as well. But you nearly killed her. You know that. You nearly killed Gwen and Io, Yori, Nalani. You did that.
I know.
So we did that. So we're gonna make that right again. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know we were in a different place then, and I know not much time has passed for you, but I have had some time to think in here, and I have some ideas that I guess you already know. But
so, I was thinking. I understand that being here is weird, and I think we should definitely, over time, figure out some ways maybe that we can do things here we can't do out there. And I would like to use this space from time to time if you'll share it with me, and then I'll share my space as well.
yeah, it seems perfectly fair. I think if we can, you can tell me if this isn't my place, but if we can consider both places our space rather than your space and my space, it would be it'd be better for the both of us.
I have an idea, but I need your help. Whatever you did with Hothir, with that, however you made that manifest, can we still harness that power and that energy and use it differently?
You see him kind of get very uncomfortable. Yeah, I guess I thought you. Getting used to this one mind thing is tricky. I guess I guess I thought you knew, and now I'm really scared to tell you. I'll be honest. Short answer, yes.
Okay.
You were honest with me. After that scene, the body of Hothir being able to control the environment like we have been able to all along, I was, in my view, the easiest thing to do would just be able to kind of wipe away the vision of this and just kind of like push it away. And I think at this point you see there is this is like a large open plain, so there's space that you can see for a very like long distance. You see that there is a shovel on the ground about 50 feet off from him. So I try to just kind of wipe him away, and the body wouldn't leave. Everything else did. The ground, the scene, everything around. I tried to put ourselves underwater, thinking that the body would just kind of float away. No luck. I even got a little desperate and just kind of put myself into a space of just imagining like an open volcano. And that's when you remember that gut sort of feeling of that like heavy sort of burning. And that didn't work. So I tried, but I don't know if we can fully get rid of him.
Okay. So we still find a way to use it. Right? We can do that. Right?
You see him just kind of like nervously, sort of like twitching. And you feel like you can see him kind of like rub his leg. Alastaire, I didn't make Hothier. I just let him go. And once I let him go, my control over him was fleeting. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying that it's going to take more than just me.
Of course. It's not going to be just you. But we can figure this out together and find a way to make up for what's been done.
Yeah. We both pulled him through that mirror. That was pretty cool.
We're gonna have to figure out other ways to do that moving forward as well, you know. We're not made for survival.
No, we're not. I will, in the meantime, I'll do whatever I can if the big guy wakes up, but just being honest with you, I'm very scared.
Gwen can help. I'll talk to Gwen. She knows everything. She can figure it out, and she can get back to us.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So that Brucelli woman.
Right? Next time, absolutely.
I mean, it's just you and me, right? So we're, we can say whatever we want in here. Good Lord.
Right? I think next time maybe you should 100%.
No, I think you handled it fine. I think if I handled it, it would have been very embarrassing for everybody involved.
I see sometimes when Gwen and Io and even Siobhan talk to people, it's embarrassing to me, but they seem to like it. So maybe it's the right way to go.
Okay. I mean, if you...
Do you think the button thing is too much?
No, I think the button's really cool. You're doing that as like a way in, like a leave behind, right?
Yes. That's All right.
Yeah, I think that totally works. I mean, you got to put yourself out there, right? So
yeah. So maybe you kind of help with this sheriff in a second. You think you could?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Hey, good luck.
You too. So, if you could just have a seat for a second. So, we had a situation happen last night that just... It's something we're still trying to kind of work out. So, I will say... if you can give me an idea of just where you were about say just a little bit after sundown last night.
Certainly. I'm sorry. What was your name again?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I may have forgotten. My name is Bartholomew Hightide. You can call me Barty.
Nice to meet you. Alastaire Smeel. Yeah, we Yeah. So last night, I'm sure you heard the sky, the voice. I mean, everyone heard the voice. You heard it, right? Of course.
Yeah, that happened earlier earlier in the day. Yes, yeah.
So my friends and I, we were at the Mysterious and mistake. I'm sorry, we just got into town. The bar.
That's okay. Mystelius, just in case. I don't want you to.
Mystelius.
I don't
Yeah,
want you to have to be embarrassed on that. So.
No, I'm so nervous. I apologize.
It's okay.
Yeah. So we were in there, and my friends and I, we were discussing Tall's speech. And actually, at one point, I think we got a little loud and in our opinions, and there were several people actually that were looking at us. So we were there for a while, and I think we all left to just kind of calm down for a little bit, and we went for a walk.
Okay. You tell me where you went.
Well, so we wanted to go down to the beach and continue our conversation where people weren't really there to. It's a very interesting conversation, right? I mean, it's such a heated one depending on the sides that you choose to take, and then there's so many unknowables that exist and variables. It's so much, and we didn't really want anyone to really jump in our conversation and sway one side to the other. Lively debate, if you will.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Alastaire. Where did you go?
Where did we go? Oh, when we left, we were walking towards the beach. We were actually looking for. I apologize again. Daphne, the young woman that works at the Mystelias,
Yes.
mother. Her mother. We were looking for her. She. Understanding that she's a seamstress, I believe, or a tailor.
Yes, she is.
And we had been looking for her prior, and Daphne let us know that she was outside, and we initially were going to meet with her and then walk our way towards the beach after concluding business with her.
When you were walking out on the beach, did you happen to hear or see anything that was out of the ordinary?
Well, as we told you, we saw the humble branch, and we entered into the humble branch. We were there for quite some time.
You were in the humble branch all night?
Well, I will be completely honest with you, sir. When we entered, it was nighttime. It seemed like, you seem to be aware of the humble branch. Have you ever entered?
No, not myself. I'm not as much into the herbology practice, so
you really should. There are definitely a number of positive benefits to certain types of fauna.
I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Alastaire. So you went into the humble branch and you stayed there until.
And well, I don't know what you know of it, and it would be very. The experience itself was difficult to understand, but it didn't feel like we were there all night. But when we exited the building, you were walking towards us almost immediately.
I see. So you're saying that you lost track of time at some point.
It's quite interesting. I feel, again, it's just so difficult to explain to you. the nature of the humble branch isn't necessarily that we lost time, but by being in the humble branch, time lost us. I don't really consider myself a philosopher, much more of an academic, but I don't really know how to impress upon you the strangeness of the situation.
I understand. Okay. So while you were in Ruccella's shop, just to be clear, you didn't hear any noises, anything that sounded like there was any sort of conflict at all outside the shop?
We heard nothing outside. Well, I will not speak for my friends, but I heard absolutely nothing while inside the shop. It's actually funny. I don't recall even hearing the seagulls, which I feel like I heard those for days before we arrived to Celeste. But inside the shop, I didn't hear anything.
I see. It's certainly none of my business, but it seemed like one of your party seemed to insinuate that they've had how did she phrase it? Quite a night. Could you expand upon that, please?
Yeah, she almost died in Brucelli's shop.
That is serious.
I don't seem to sound crass. I know you haven't really asked, but myself and two other members of my party as well, and in all honesty, every one of them are quite capable. But fortunately, we were in a magic shop, a shop that provided a number of helpful potions and tonics that we could make avail ourselves to. But obviously, with such wonderful things like that, there are always at least a desire for the opposite. And there was an accident within the shop, and fortunately, Brucelli herself was able to help. It was my fault, actually, and to be honest, has a lot to do with. Well, we're all a little shaken right now.
You see him write something down as you're talking. Okay. Sorry, just making notes. Please continue.
No, absolutely. If you want, I'd gladly look over your notes and make sure that you didn't leave anything out. I know I ramble sometimes.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
No, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Alastaire. I think we have everything that we needed. Creep, if you could escort him out and then bring in the mother and son, if you don't mind.
Can I go back to my room at Mestalia's, or?
Yes, you're staying at Mestalia's, correct?
We have been. I assume that we will, but I do want you to know that we are looking for a ship to take us on from here as soon as possible. So,
I see.
I will gladly leave you any information you need, so you can contact us further.
Go ahead and roll your persuasion check.
16.
16, nice. I was going to actually say go ahead and do so with advantage, but yeah. What is 16? Yes. Mr. Alastaire, if you don't mind, I would love to have that information just in case there's further questions.
Absolutely. I will double check with the rest of my friends to make sure that I get the right information to give you. I would really hate to give you the wrong information accidentally and you think it was on purpose.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Now that we have, I'm so sorry. Actually, Creep, you can hold off for a second. I will tell you, Mr. Alastaire, as you seem to be a very upfront, personal individual, or a very honest person, it seems. I will just let you know, I'd be very careful to be heading out anywhere except for Mestalia's, say any time past sundown. there has been an attack, and unfortunately, we don't really have much resources to be able to kind of be on guard for everyone in the town. So, just a suggestion, not even a request. So just let's say indoors tonight. Doors that you are familiar with, somewhat.
Of course, and thank you so much. And I'll point down to my leg. I'm not going to be outrunning anything out there, so I will take your advice and hunker down.
I understand. Thank you. You see, you feel a tug as Creep just kind of pulls you away. As you head out, Io, you heard all of those things, but it's just you that hears them. So I'm going to say during the time of you explaining what's happening out there, I will allow you to explain to me what check you would like to roll. So you're receiving information and then telling the group at the same time.
So I'm trying to even think what kind of check would make sense to be passing that. Would it be, I'm guessing, insight? Or not, it wouldn't be insight. It'd be, because I'd be trying to see what all
I can help you out on it if you want.
Yeah,
I think I would say it's a performance check, honestly.
Performance, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Wait, how would it be a performance check on my end? Because wouldn't it be Alastaire being the one performing and I'm picking up on the performance?
All you're picking up on is a conversation. You're performing you're exchanging that information as you're getting it in at the same time.
Gotcha. Okay.
You're performing a very difficult task.
Yes.
That makes sense. Okay. Performance check, here we go.
Okay.
Damn it.
I will give you advantage because this is from an ability that you specifically have.
Awesome. Okay, with that is a 13.
13. Okay.
Damn it! I keep forgetting I have guidance.
I'll take it.
I'll let you roll. Go ahead. Add the guidance. Yeah, because you said you were gonna say because they might need guidance before. So
it was planned too. Okay, you're gonna do this. So yeah.
17.
17.
Wow.
Okay.
Nice.
Significantly better. Cool. I will say this is tricky to do on this end, but I would say both Evan and Kiki, I trust you guys to keep in mind. I think the only thing that you did not hear in the back half of that information is anything that involves what happened in the shop.
That's significant.
I mean, it's a difficult thing to have a bunch of people say the exact same story when it is different.
You're right. As Alastaire is coming out, Siobhan's going to whisper under her breath, "Neve, a little chaos would be helpful."
And Yori's going to look at Siobhan and just say, "Look, trust me."
Okay, cool. I will say, just in case, Siobhan, go ahead and roll me a... I'd say go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
That's really good, actually. What's my persuasion? +3. That's a dirty 20.
Love it. I feel like I should have probably made it a luck roll because of the chaos of this creature, but it's your...
So it would have been a 17.
Okay, yeah. So I'll give it to you no matter what. Yeah, cool, awesome. All right. You don't hear any response, but you feel confident. As you walk us... hi, hello. Please have a seat. We only have one. Creep, can you
It's fine. I can stand. And Yori just starts to take on this sort of personality of a very like distracted, bouncy child, like jumping around, kind of looking at stuff, and like yeah.
It's probably better. He has a lot of energy.
Okay.
Kids.
Yeah. No, I understand. Maybe. I'm so sorry. I did call on you, but I feel like this might be a weird and difficult thing for a child to be involved in. So I apologize. With people of different heights, it's sometimes hard to be able to differentiate a child from, say, like a halfling. Or that was very rude of me. I'm so sorry. What is? Sorry. What is your name?
I'm Kara, and this is Yori.
Hi, I'm Yori.
Hi, Yori. If you want to wait outside, you can. It is completely up to you.
Well, no, I want to tell you everything we did. So.
Okay.
He likes the stories.
A lot of it was kind of like, so I think grown-ups were doing something, but me and Mama were playing Whirl and the Scroll of the Echo Knight. It's about this boy who he wants to train to be a monk. And he finds this magical scroll, and then he has to go and he fights in a fighting pit against some other the other monk. Oh wait, I forgot. His parents are dead, and then but before they died, they put a badger with 9 hearts into his chest. It gives him special powers, and then he has to fight. Stone Smith, who trains really hard, and he goes on.
And she's just nodding like, "This is what do you expect?
This is what you asked for." Yeah, absolutely.
What you asked for.
You see him like starting to like write down, recognizing what he's writing down, stop writing down, pretend to keep writing, like continuing to be like, and then like looking for places to kind of cut you off, which is very difficult for any child.
It's like when a kid, comes up and tells you a story, and you just like, so it just keeps going on and on. Oh, and then this, and then in no particular good order, and
yep. Creep, who is who does not talk, makes the like the sign of like this, just like over and over again at Barty. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Eventually, cutting you off. I apologize, Yori. That is a very interesting story, and I would love to hear more about that. I had questions just more on the idea of like what happened this evening outside of the activities that you participated in. Maybe more on the idea of like where you were. So, if you're okay, I'm going to actually ask the rest of these questions to your mother, if that's okay.
Okay. Do you want me to tell it again?
No, I do not. But thank you.
Okay.
I feel like I understood it very well the first time, so thank you.
Okay.
How close is Siobhan to him?
To Barty?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say 5 feet, just like across the desk, maybe 6 or 7. I'll say.
Okay. Did he put anything down on the desk?
I'll play along. I'll say like at a certain point he definitely put the he put like his notes down as he realizes like there's it like in a space of like controlled frustration of like, when can I tell this kid to shut up? So yeah, I think you see the like the notebook on the desk.
She's just gonna reach her hand out and be like, yes, you can ask me whatever questions you want, officer. But as she's putting her hand out, she's touching the notebook and she's trying to get residual emotions and energies of what he's feeling right now.
Okay. Oh, God. I love that, guys. Okay, cool. I'll say go ahead and roll me an insight check. No matter what, you're going to get something. But
23.
Okay. The emotion you get is a full sense of fear, guilt, a question of one's own existence in the world, which is probably a common sort of feeling that you get. But specifically focused on the idea of this job that he's in. And to further explain, he does not, in this moment, he does not feel, so not even necessarily in this moment, he's probably had a lingering sort of feeling that he is the wrong person for this job. Because one, it is a big job for one person to have to be able to handle when things go wrong. Thankfully, nothing has been going wrong for a very long time. So he hasn't had that thought challenged. Now it is being challenged, and he's finding himself trying to be being quite the try-hard to be up to the task, inside fully on fire with the idea of I'm going to fail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what you get.
Okay. She's just gonna reach out for Yori, just to in a calming motion.
Yeah. Yeah, and in regards to what Yori did, totally even threw him off of the mask of being a sheriff. Like, he's now in a space of trying to kind of pick up the pieces to kind of put that sense back together, but is very lost on it. I'll say as you go through, yes, sorry.
You seem stressed. I'm sorry.
Why would an Echo Knight be involved with a squirrel? It was just okay.
It was a badger, and it has 9 hearts. It's the Echo Knight is so he can make copies of himself, but you're not supposed to be able to do that. And
right. Okay. Yeah. No, I get that. Okay. I'm sorry, badger, which still doesn't.
It's
okay.
He's got quite the imagination. Yes.
Yes. Yes. He. Okay. Miss.
Just Kara.
Miss Kara. Where are you from? Or no, sorry. Where were you? Where? Last night.
Yes.
Last night.
Mm-hmm.
Right after sundown. Where? Could you tell me where you and your son were at, and preferably, I assume you were with this group of people. So just kind of elaborate on what happened that evening.
Well, we took a little bit of a nap because we had a long day's travel to get here, and
okay.
When we woke up, we thought we'd grab some dinner. This was, of course, after that voice in the sky. The bar was quite hectic, and one of my counterparts, Alastaire, the one you already spoke to, has quite a lot of ideas about that voice, and was speaking very loudly,
right,
drawing quite a bit of attention in the bar.
So 9 lives is really like what you hear from a cat normally.
It's not 9 lives. It's 9 hearts. He has 9 hearts because it's a magic thing. And the 9 hearts. There's actually a bunch of different animals. Some of them have 7 hearts or 3 hearts.
I'm sorry.
And at one point he has to fight one of them and it has 3 hearts, and then they get really big. Yep. And then what's this? And he tries. If there's anything in the room, he's just going to start touching it and grabbing it or knocking things over. And
yeah, I guess I forgot to kind of mention that there is a jail cell in this room. So you do see a very unused sort of jail cell. So you're grabbing the steel bars and
maybe just even swing them open and
yeah.
Can we
actually lock yourself in?
He's just asking. It's like, can we go? I'm bored.
Okay.
Almost. Yeah. So
I'm sorry.
We were at the bar. It was really hectic, especially with the child. So we just decided to take a walk on the beach, and that's when we went to the Humble Branch, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Humble Brunch.
Perhaps I can't. I don't pay
you're
attention
right.
to a lot. Yeah.
Please continue. Tell me about the Humble Brunch.
And we went inside. It was, you can imagine a shop like this with a child. So that's when we started playing the little game. Because there were a lot of things to touch in there. And I did not want him touching them, so.
Right. And are you feeling better now?
I think her face just drops for a second, like.
Mama plays the evil sorcerer who he's like he turns into a ferret and he's got like ferret features and he has ferret powers and hey, can I lock myself in here? He tries to close the door.
No, you cannot. No, please do not do that.
It's been.
Sorry.
She leads in kind of like conspiratorially towards Marty. It's been a lot. My husband passed recently. It's been a lot to handle with a child and just.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
I'm figuring out life as a single mother.
Yes. The Echo Night. I get it. Memories of the past. I get it. Yep. Okay.
Hey, mister, are you single? Do you have a wife?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No,
I apologize.
It's quite all right. It's okay. No, I am not with anyone.
My mom's really nice.
Sorry. You son of a bitch.
Let him roll persuasion. Let him roll persuasion.
Let me roll deception.
Nice.
Got him. Amazing. That's great. Oh no, we can't.
No, this is so good.
That's so good. Okay. I don't. Looking at you, like not that I'm just like.
You don't think she's nice?
So that's. Fuck,
It's
dude.
okay. It's okay.
No, I think your mother's a very nice woman. Pull it together, Barty. Sorry. Okay, so you left the Humble Branch, and then what?
Well, we walked out of the Humble Branch right when you were running up. I'm not quite sure how we lost. It feels like we lost time, perhaps. We went in there not that late, and we came out, and it's daytime now, so.
Right. Okay. Great. Well, Miss Kara, thank you so much for your time. Yori, it was a pleasure to meet you. I hope the Echo Knight gets to at some point gets to be able to find his badger.
Okay. I don't. Do you want me to tell the story again?
No, I certainly do not. Creep, could you? Creep. Yes, here's the keys.
Thank you, officer. Thank you.
I'm sorry, your son is not detained in any way. It's just the way the jail works. You see Creep just kind of like unlocking the jail to get you out. Okay. Yes, that'll be all. Just sorry, one quick thing, Ms. Kara. there has been an incident that has happened last night that would be something that we're handling, but it does make it kind of difficult for us to be able to watch out for everyone during this time. It's a little dangerous. There's an act of violence last night, so I would ask you, especially for you and your and Yori, to please just again, sorry, not a request, but just a suggestion to kind of just stay indoors tonight. Probably be for everyone's safety. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Great. Also, Kara, do you? This is I guess Kara is a relatively popular name, but Celeste is kind of a small town. There was someone that was that has been seen asking about town for a Kara. Do you know anyone else in town that would be trying to connect with you?
Could you perhaps describe this person?
Well, I don't want to. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Oh, okay. That's a 19.
19? Okay, cool. 1 second. Okay, cool. You got it. Okay. Sorry, I just said you got it to myself.
That's good. Self-affirmation.
Self-affirmation is very important, guys. They actually. I can't name anything in particular about that, but I would say they seemed. If you had another in your party that they looked similar to, if that rings a bell. If it doesn't, clearly they were asking for someone else.
They looked similar to the male or female tiefling.
Would you roll your persuasion again?
19, wasn't it?
Did you get a 19? Is that what you got? I was asking what you got. You got it.
19.
Yeah, we're going to keep that same roll. Okay, you got it. It would be the one that was escorting the other small child into the bar.
Perhaps I had some business in Alastaire before. Maybe one of my business contacts, perhaps. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a common name.
Interesting. They did not seem like they were from Alastaire, and I'm sorry, that is probably more information I should be giving out, but I just wanted to kind of... I was just curious. This is not pertaining to this investigation whatsoever, so I wanted to kind of pass that information along. Miss Kara, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to say I do not need to... I think we have everything that we need here. Thank you so much. You can tell the rest of your group. I apologize for keeping them from resting. So...
No, it's perfectly fine. I can grab everyone and go, or did you want to see the last two still?
No, that's totally fine. I think we got everything that we need here and more. So
perfect. Thank you so much. You know where to find us, and if you wanted to stop by, join us for a drink, perhaps you know where to find us, as I said.
He is a very bright blue tiefling. It is the middle of the day. You see his cheeks go full red. We'll see.
Come along, Yuri.
Okay, Mama.
You see him just kind of like look past yours. Okay. You see the door just kind of shut behind.
Ayo, Nalani, we're good. Let's go.
I can't hear you, Glenn.
Kind sir.
The second part.
When the door opens and closes, does it creak? Like, is it like a loud
yes, it does.
creak?
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a question above table real quick?
Sure.
Do you guys want to know more, or are we gonna go to the bar?
I think
you just say above board. What do you guys want to do? I assume 12:30 is okay with everybody.
That's fine with me.
Or another 25 minutes. I guess.
Yeah, that's fine with me. But in this scene, I think that I want to know more about my thing, but I don't think we're going to get it out of this right now. We might get it in the bar, though.
Well, I was just thinking, because I completely forgot I had that shrink band. I could get into the room after you all leave, and I'm assuming they would stay there. And if they had a conversation, that I would be privy to.
I would say I will. Like, I'll be honest. Like, I love that choice, and then it's not like you wouldn't get any information, but I would say the bulk of what you're going to get is we don't know shit.
Got it. Cool.
There was a point. I'll tell you this, just to kind of give you just the sort of the break of that. You said that there was something that was dangerous in Brucelli's shop. That was something that, as he is not one that has ever gone to Brucelli's shop, he would make note of that, of saying, next time I should probably check it out. That's all.
I'm fine with that.
And there'd be a lot of conversations, one-sided conversations with a goblin who does not speak about the idea of, like, I'm not ready for that sort of commitment. I mean, she has a child. So. Yeah.
Good. All right, yeah, then we head back to the bar.
Excellent work, gang. Excellent work. So freaking good. Cool. So heading back to the bar, you see...
Can I just say, Kara is on high alert right now. I think I know who it is. And she's on high alert right now.
You got it. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Also, you guys probably do see her starting to get a little pale and flustered and breathing heavy again. And she just went through an ordeal, and she's coming back in this ordeal. And that's a 21.
Okay, nice. Cool. With a 21, you don't see anyone right now, but you also know that it's the middle of the day. And if it is who you think they are, most likely they would not be seen in the middle of the day.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely no. Okay.
So, above board, Joe?
Having trouble hearing you.
Above board, Io and I were just sitting outside for 2 interrogations. Was that a short rest?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Good question. Yeah.
Nice call.
100%.
Great question, though.
In the bar.
Yeah, and that would be a short rest for Gwen. I'd say it is a space of well, no, I'll be, just in case, we're gonna say the only people that can take the short rest would be Nalani, Gwen, and
Io.
Even Io is a no. I don't think Io can even take a short rest.
Because he was using
mentally.
Yeah,
that's proper, and I love it.
Yeah, just in case, I as a DM, I'm just gonna tell you straight up, I have no specific ideas, but you never know what's gonna happen. So,
listen, you gave one of our warlocks their spells back. I'm happy.
Yeah, man. And the fighter all of his abilities. So.
As you walk into the bar, you see Mystelia. Actually, we're actually going to take the scene from Gwen, because Gwen walks in the bar with this. I gotta know, how is the coat draped around this?
I imagine, because she's a wombat, so I'm assuming that she's smaller than Siobhan is. So I imagine
she's like 3.5 feet tall.
Yeah, I imagine, and it has a hood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I imagine the hood is up and the cloak is sort of like wrapped around and trailing behind. Absolutely looks like a little kid wearing her mom's cloak. So I think that it definitely fits in.
Like a full-on like wedding dress train.
Absolutely.
That's how big, like
100%. Yeah.
Cool. Doesn't change the field of vision really whatsoever, as the field of vision is already what it is. So she just seems like a little kid kind of walking in. You do hear Gwen as you're walking. I don't understand. Am I in trouble?
I don't think so. I think we just need to stay quiet for right now.
Okay. But we are gonna go side by side, right?
Yes? Gwen, I don't actually know if she knows anything. You guys told her real quick.
That's right.
But
let's roleplay that. Let's roleplay that as like, yes. Like, yeah. Yeah. But you have no idea what she's talking about.
No idea.
Love it. Okay.
But let's go upstairs. Well, we can wait up there for the rest of them.
Okay. Yeah. More stairs. That's. Yep. You see, pass by. Mystelia is kind of wiping down the bar. As you approach, it is the middle of the day, and she's. I apologize. There's still. We're waiting on another shipment coming. I won't know if you were here last night, but we're a little low on stock at the moment.
Oh, that's all right. We're just gonna go up and have a rest, I guess.
Okay, very good. Just kind of gives a little wave to Winona, who just waves with the like over long jacket sort of thing. Let me know if you need anything up in your room.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You do not see any sign of Daphne.
Okay.
And the rest of you just kind of eventually follow like suit. As you come in, she kind of says the same thing for the most part. Just gives that sort of that same sort of speech. I don't think she would say anything different to any of you guys. Yeah. No, that's it. So I'll say if you guys want to like go up to the room to have like a discussion, you could do that. You could say come back down to the bar and saying that we're keeping Winona upstairs, whatever you guys want to do.
I think Siobhan would very clearly look around and I don't know if I want to I don't know if I can stay alone. I know I had a room alone, but if somebody has room in their room for me.
Stay with me and Nene. There's two of us here. And you know that boy ain't gonna let nothing bad happen to you.
And Yori, you and Fenrir should stay inside with us too. I think we need to get together and talk. I promise to tell you everything about my past, and I think it's here. She's still not looking at Alastaire. She might be looking at his feet, but not looking at his face.
You got it.
I think we need to talk.
Whenever you're ready, by all means.
So I'll say if you guys are wanting to kind of pull that scene together, someone just goes up to get Gwen, right?
I think we would go up to Gwen's room because this is not a public conversation.
You got it, 100%.
Yeah, I think she would be in the room that she and Alastaire were in with Winona.
Cool. Please don't take this as a loaded question. I just think this is something interesting to kind of bring up. Gwen, does it feel awkward to be in this room now?
A little bit, but she has shoved everything so deep down that it's not coming out till
Gwen just grows her own inner Gwen.
Yeah.
We do this all over again.
Honestly, I think she's holding on by like sheer force of will right now, and she's not letting go until she has a moment alone, which will not be for a while, probably.
You got it.
So.
I will say, in the space of time, because you have probably about maybe, let's say it took at least half an hour, that whole thing. Do you...
I honestly think she asks Winona to like show her how to knit, because what she really wants to do is go into her book, but she can't right now, so she needs something to do. So
you got it. So Winona goes, what?
Knitting.
Do what? What is that?
You teach me what you made for Alastaire that I gave away so carelessly.
You want what I made at Alastaire?
I would like to see how you do it. Learn.
Oh, okay, yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get that little packle that's out there. What you want to do is you want to approach it really slow. I made this mistake last time. You want to kind of approach it and not from behind. You want to make sure you're kind of off to the side, and then very important. You want to make sure that you have something like a sharp sort of knife. Don't worry, it's not. You're not killing anything. You're just just explains to you that part of it.
All right.
Is Yori around this, or is this happening before? Are we all like in the same room?
Okay,
just being clear.
Yeah. I think Gwen would send a little telepathic message to her cat and tell the cat to go tell Fenrir to hide. So.
You got it. Awesome. I think Yori at a certain point, I think right before you enter the bar, because it would have been a little bit tricky to have Fenrir in the bar.
I think that
100%. Yeah,
they definitely put him out. Yeah.
And I honestly didn't want to go through that role play because I think it's so superfluous. So we'll say this is a perfect example of like Houston. Houston just kind of darts up.
He's still an owl, so he could dart out the window and down.
Okay, so Houston goes out the window and comes in, and then you hear like an audible, and you see Fenrir just like look at you and then just take off running. And I think he looks at you, because you guys have been together for a long time. The look is, I'll catch up with you later. It's not like, goodbye, like forever, right, like it's something like that.
Yeah.
You know?
We've role played it enough, and there's definitely a kind, like obviously there's no like speech or talk to animals or something like that, but there's an understanding for basic stuff. Yeah.
You never think that I think Fenrir is ever running away from you. Right. I mean, as Yori, you can perceive that to be whatever you want. But as you guys run, Kimlin, you walk up to it, walk up to the room. You come into the room, and you see as you walk into the room. Okay, so can I see your knife here? And you see, like, as you guys are walking. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna want to cut towards you as you all walk in.
Gwen just has this look of, oh my god, what have I got myself into, sort of thing, on her face.
We'll talk about it later. It's kind of like taps your leg.
Everything okay in here?
I was getting knitting lessons. Actually, they're a little bit more involved than I thought. Is everything okay out there?
Where's your friend?
Sorry, which one?
The fluffy one.
Yori? Do you know where Fenrir is at?
Yori is a little withdrawn, kind of into himself at this point.
Okay.
But yeah.
I was just making conversation. I don't know why it got so weird in here.
He goes off and does his own thing sometimes. He's kind of, he has his own adventures that don't involve anybody ever taking his wool.
Rolled a 4 on understanding what that meant.
That's fine.
Oh my god.
Okay, yeah. So, well, that's cool. Do you know? No, I'll wait till we're all together for it. Okay, yeah. How do you like that sweater I made you? And just looking in general to the group.
I think Siobhan has the sweater.
It's lovely. I think there's something we need to talk about.
Okay. Oh, okay. You want me to go?
So
No.
No, you're fine.
I was
here.
just gonna take a walk outside.
No.
I just
Not a good idea right now.
I don't get to be outside the grove very often, so it's just
There's
a lot of
Yeah.
tiny little rocks on my feet. It's interesting. You can move past this. This is her explaining that she doesn't know what sand is.
Anyways, sorry. So I know I've mentioned Hadrian before, right?
In character, I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
You have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
he
think
was
one of his lackeys are in town, and they're looking for me.
Any particular reason you think this?
Well, it was described as a red tiefling asking about Kara. And of the gangs, Hadrian's the only one who regularly employs tieflings. It could be something else, it could be completely unrelated, but from what it sounds like, this one might be more than just a lackey he has led. We called it overland procurement. He's our land-based smuggling. He was our land-based smuggling operation. If it's who I think it is. Which means we could all be in danger, and we should definitely not be alone, or even in twos or threes. We need to stay together, because he can... That's his job, is to get goods and bring them back.
And by goods, you mean people?
No, not while I worked there. There was another group that engaged in the live traffic. That wasn't something the Burning Rose did. But it's been 7 years, so perhaps it's changed.
Burning Rose, is that his name or the name of the group?
That's the name of Hadrian's gang.
Right.
His name is Kelvin Redstream, if it's who I think it is.
And did you say that Hadrian, does he know about your talent?
No one, well, not no one. One person knew before you guys. And it was not him. It was a tabaxi I grew up with in the orphanage. We ran away together. And she would never betray me.
Knowing that, maybe you can use that talent of yours to draw his trail off?
I mean, I
not
could
like
easily.
red.
If Hadrian was the one who attacked my family, then he already knows there's some kind of connection. There's something going on between Siobhan and Kara. If not, he already knows what I am. So I could try to be someone else, but I don't think it would matter at this point. I think we need to...
Sorry, I know that this isn't probably... You probably don't want to hear from me now, but it seems to me like the best option would be to take one of them alive, at least. But beyond that, if you want to tell us what you want to do, and we're good for it. I'd like to help you plan if you need help. I mean, we this is something we can do.
If he's here alone, we might be able to get information out of him.
Though, let's also keep in mind that if he's here alone, that implies a bit of confidence. So is he really alone? Or if he is alone, does he have something that bolsters that confidence? You'd know him better than any of us, than any of the rest of us, Kara. So, what you thinking?
He ran a couple teams. He did work alone a few times on more high-profile jobs, stuff we wanted to keep a little more secret. But he's very good. And I have a feeling that if Hadrian sent him out here, this is a job he would want to do alone. But he is far stronger than you might realize. And perhaps he didn't come alone. There are others who would have probably jumped at the opportunity to come.
I think this whole time Alastaire's unloading his bag onto your bed, or the bed in the room. We have ball bearings, rope. I have my medical kit. If we are able to get them, I think Nalani still has the handcuffs from back in Eriskar. So I mean, I feel like there's a number of different paths we can take. I mean, we can obviously do this democratically, but I definitely think we can all see how this is going to go, right?
I think we take him.
Yeah, honestly,
go ahead, Io.
I was just gonna say, it's not really like we're helpless either. I mean, you got 3 college-trained mages, a archer with burgeoning magic talent who is quite fearfully strong in combat, a freakishly strong fairy who is also part giant, seemingly, and yourself, one of the baddest bitches in the game.
And we've already, we have a reason to head out of town towards the woods where we could lure him into a secluded place away from the town.
That could work.
So, ultimately, it's your call, Kara, but we're behind you, and this is the first, I think, real lead we might have before we get on a ship.
That's true.
Where our options will be much more limited.
It's perhaps the only opportunity we'll have to speak to one of his crew before we get there. And I'd rather have it on terrain we can control rather than terrain he owns.
One more thing. We need to think about this. Maybe not make a decision right now, but after we get what we need to out of him, what do we do with him? Keep that in mind.
I worked with him for many years. But that was over 7 years ago, so I'll do what I need to do to get my daughter back. That's all I can promise.
Like I said, like everyone's already said, we are all behind you. I just want to make sure that whatever we decide to do with him ain't gonna come back to bite us in the, after the fact.
I can lure him to the woods.
Much better. We just casually leave town. We don't need to lure him. We can all go. You say he's strong and powerful. Let's not even cover our tracks. Let's give him a reason to think that we're sloppy.
That's what I was thinking. We let him underestimate us.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like Io said, if you're seen, you've already been seen with me, but if you're seen leaving town with me and then something happens, I mean, to protect you and your families, it might be better if, I don't know, you're pre-staged somewhere and I bring him out alone.
No.
No alone. I told you we're not doing that again. That's the one thing that can't happen. You even said yourself earlier, we can't even go out in 2s or 3s.
And you're not going out there alone. I have no family to protect, so I may as well go with you.
What do we do about the freaking Wombat?
Oh, she comes with us.
2%. Yeah.
I mean, the last time we got in a fight, she kicked ass.
That's true.
I'm not one to. I'm not a fan of violence. If it's all the same, I understand the need for it, but it's not.
We're just trying to get her daughter back, and we'll do whatever we need to do it.
I understand. Is your daughter, perchance, anywhere near the Grove?
It's the Grove in the Feywilds.
You said that very like deep and dark, so she kind of leans in and goes, "What's the Feywilds?"
Never mind. I've also been thinking about something else. She's gonna pull out the mask. We have some other people on our tail as well, and perhaps I should look in on them to see how close they are on our tail.
Who are you talking about?
I think his name starts with an E and ends with a fucking asshole.
Ah, yes. Yes.
You see Winona just in the airs.
We need to know where he is.
I think it's worth a shot, but I'm sure he'll have protections against that sort of magic. If that's even possible, I think it is.
it may not be relevant, but someone was also watching Brucelli shop.
Yeah, that was concerning.
Okay. It'll be fine. I think we need to figure out where he is. He's also too much of a threat right now to deal with. 10 minutes. It'll be real quick.
I hate to point out the reality, but at some point before we get in any fight, we're gonna need a long rest.
Yeah, we'll go to sleep after this.
Are you sure you're in the best condition to do that now?
I think I'd rather know where the danger is than be stuck wondering.
Okay, Shiv, but if you're not in any condition to handle that danger, you know what happens down that road when you don't plan. Let's say you find something and you know who's on our tail right now. I mean, to be fair, if anything, we'd be fucked anyway because...
At least we'd have warning.
You know what? I'm sorry. I have to agree with Siobhan on this. And then I walk over and stand next to Siobhan and go, when do we leave?
I think I need to look in on him first. Just give me 10 minutes.
Okay. How can I come with you? What can I do to help?
I don't think there's any way for you to come with me. I'm not going anywhere. It's not like in your mind.
Okay. But I mean, surely there has to be something I can do. I think you've been on point tonight. I think you've figured this out as far as what we need to do, and one of the first things you said was no one goes anywhere alone. So how can I help you if we need to follow your advice? I think you're spot on.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just looking. I'm just gonna be right here. And she's just gonna move towards the bed.
Maybe
without the stuff on it.
Alastaire, maybe that hut thing could provide some safety for us to be inside while she does this.
And I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
We all gather close.
Yeah. Are you sure with you looking, though? There's no chance you're gonna get harmed. That's my concern.
I think there's a risk in everything we do, isn't there?
There is, but you just got out of a risk.
Which is why I want to know where the other dangers are.
You better come back.
She's gonna wait for Alastaire to set up the tiny hut.
Yeah, it's up.
And
is it? Do you have enough spell slots for it?
It's ritual.
Okay, good.
We just take 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then another 10 minutes.
And no, I have no spell slots.
That's why I was assuming.
And then she's gonna just sit down in the ring of her friends, close, very close, because there's 6 people in 10-foot space. And she's gonna put on the mask, thinking about Amir.
Okay. In this space, we move from a perspective of everyone together in a room. Mitch, I'm going to mute you, but the perspective of the room, the group together, to seeing the dark, shaded area of the inner part of a mask. As we're switching from that to Siobhan's perspective, as we see her put it in her eyes, and looking at the group through her eyes, all kind of like staring at her various forms of concerned expressions. Siobhan, I would like I'm going to ask for 3 different checks, I think.
Okay.
I would like a religion check.
Natural 20. For a natural 20, because I have a +0.
Good start. An Arcana check.
A 14.
And a stealth check.
Stealth, you said?
Mm-hmm.
15.
Okay. As you're looking at your friends, you see them kind of wisp away in this space of smoke that starts out as gray and then starts to kind of beam off into different colors, in like almost like a very muted, shades of pink and orange and yellow, red, and finally violet. As they start to kind of move across your face, they go from feeling like they go from the look of smoke to changing into something that has a little more texture to it, like it is like they're turned into almost like veils, like maybe like a thin sort of like almost like tissue paper, as they move across your eyes. And as the last purple one goes, you see it's hard to make out at first. You see the edges of your vision kind of are obscured in that same sort of gray smoke that gives like kind of like like a sideways oval sort of space of being able to see. You see a figure climbing steps that look to be stone in this dim light, and you can hear kind of the sort of the like muted thuds of what sounds like skin on concrete. As the figure starts to walk up, you notice the hood is up, the body is kind of arched forward. This figure seems to be very tall, with features that look to be. You see the robe extends all the way down to the hands. The robe itself is a black, almost like a dark purple in the shine of whatever this night maybe is. As you see the figure pass by, you see just a flash of a face, just almost just like in a split second, in a space that you can't really even make out any sort of distinguishing facial features. But what you do see is the slight purple glow that tells you who this is. Figures walking up to the flat surface and starts to kind of walk forward. You see him stop, and you're kind of looking at him from a sideways view. You called for me. How can I be of service? You hear a voice respond, a voice that you do not recognize. How goes it with the changeling? It's moving along. She is putty in my hands. And the other one, the one that you claim to be of no concern, I can make mistakes. It's only human. The concern is not with the danger of these beings, you know that. The concern is of who they are coming for. Yes, my liege, I understand. So you understand that I'm not interested in your petty games. Everyone has a passion, I understand that. But don't play with your food too long, Emil. It would be best to not have to worry about this one and her friends. Of course. May I say that there's a good chance that we're not going to have to be involved at all in her downfall. She is a danger to herself, it seems. In what way? Oh, our pasts always come up to haunt us from time to time. And this one, she has quite the past indeed. And you have to let me at least see where it goes. As delicious as it was, my personal project was a little too uncooked. before I had to feast. Very well. For now, just watch. It would be better if they were the result of their own demise, I say. A wise decision. How is the little one doing? Siobhan, I need a d20 roll, please.
I ask, will I roll this? Is the voice
Sure.
male or female?
Notably, hard to tell.
Okay, that's fair. Are you fucking kidding me? That's 3.
3? Okay.
That's a 3. Yeah.
Okay. How is the little project? That is none of your concern. Watch yourself, Emil. I am more interested in keeping this one than suffering you. See a deep bow, my leash. You see him turn and maneuver away. As he starts to walk away, he stops. Glances in your general direction. And then just puts up a finger. Long, sort of white finger. Continues walking. You hear the sound of the thudded footsteps. And you're just about to assume the memory's ended and start to try to kind of see if you can pull yourself out. As about maybe a solid 30 seconds go by. And you hear a voice. Who is that, Mommy? Oh. No one you need to worry about. In this moment, Siobhan, you have a choice on whether or not you think Siobhan would continue to hold on to this connection, as you know, as any mother would, whose voice that is.
She's going to hold on to it. She's going to cling to it and try to see her daughter, see who has her daughter.
Okay.
She's going to put all of her will into the mask to try and see who and what's going on.
You got it. I'm going to say in this regard, we'll look at this as kind of the Arcana check itself to kind of push yourself forward against the DC as you are not scrying on a mirror anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Say with a significant amount of effort that everyone in the room is seeing at this point, you see kind of a pain sort of look, maybe a shiver that kind of comes down Siobhan as she's sitting on the bed. And you push yourself inward. You try to maneuver the vision that you're having as you assume Amira is walking further away, which means the spell is going to have less potency over time. So you're fighting against that feeling as you turn to the side, and you can see there's smoke that is billowing up around this figure, and it seems like the smoke's kind of coming towards you as you see it as probably the end of this vision. Give me a perception check.
16.
With a 16. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. You see the beginnings of like a throne that looks to have not been made, but possibly like formed up from the concrete itself that's pushed through. You see there's little bits of bone and it looks to be like mixed in with like this like dark sort of dark grainy sort of wood that kind of envelops around these spaces along the sides of the kind of armrests of this throne. The figure you see, you catch you catch from the feet up, and the feet themselves look to be fairly human, very pale white, long legs. You see a black sort of like flowy dress that is connected probably just above the knees. And you see, you can't see a face, but you see a long hand that has these longer sort of nails that are extending out further, jet black, as they're stroking the face of a small female child. It's in this moment that you can't see the face, you can't even see the head, but you see the position of the body kind of turn suddenly in your direction as you see her begin to kind of rise out of her throne slowly. And before you can do anything, you see the marks of the like multi-colored sort of veils that start to kind of come across, start to wrap you up as you see a vision appear before you in just a mask and nothing else. As that vision is just shaking their head and pushing you away from this memory. And with that, you wake up. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.